Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whenever you're watching or listening to this. I'm the Shredder. The opinions I'm about to express, as always, are my own. We shall try again and see if we can actually get this stream to work. Apparently, the sound cut off in the middle of the stream, actually, after about 15 minutes. And unfortunately, the a lot of a lot of the points I was raising, unfortunately, have been completely lost. So we shall have to see if I can remember what the hell I was saying and maybe start again. So I'm just going to quickly dump this link into a couple of places. I think I know roughly when it cut out. I think it's been a case of when I've tried to I've tried to share my screen, and I've obviously disconnected my headphones. That's screwed up the sound completely. So we'll have to go with this again and see if we can see if I can remember what I said, because I thought I was making some very pertinent points, and again, I want some of this stuff for YouTube because this selection, as I've said, has been the least part of my adult life. It's the least inspiring that I've um, I've been involved in ever since I've had the right to vote in 2005. It's the least inspiring election, probably, um, in certainly as far back as I can remember. I mean, the first general election I can remember watching the outcome of was the 1992 general election. Uh, I was a bit of a political geek when I was very, very young, and again, the exit polls are not great. They are predicting so far that the Labour Party will finish with a majority of 170, which will be close to their 1997 election landslide. They are. It's looking like the Tories have done better than was expected. Some of the polls were predicting that they were going to be utterly wiped out. Um, Reform have appeared to have done better than expected as well. The fact is, they have gone from they were expected to get about 6 or 7 seats. It looks like they've doubled that to 13. Um, there's various parties who have done better than expected, and some who have done worse. The SNP have they have had a very, very bad day when it comes to the election. They are looking at losing they're looking at losing all bar 10 of their seats in Scotland. Um, Now, again, I do find it quite funny that the unionist parties are trying to hold this election up as why Scotland cannot, why the SNP should drop the whole issue of independence, saying that there's no appetite for it because obviously the SNP have only won 10 of the 57 seats in Scotland, but they didn't. They also said that there was no mandate for independence when the SNP swept the board and they took a majority of seats in 2015, 2017, 2019, and won the Scottish Parliament elections as well. And they maintained power at Holyrood. So I don't accept Ruth Davidson and Unionist parties trying to suggest that this is a de facto referendum on independence. Um, so far, we've had 4 seats declare. All 4 have been held by the Labour Party. The polls suggest that Labour is going to finish with a majority of 170. They're expected to pick up 410 seats in the Parliament once this is all over with. The Conservatives are expected to get 131. Again, that's better than what a lot of the polls were actually expecting. The polls before people went to the ballot box today, they were predicting less than 100 seats for the Tories, and they would be finishing with anything between 60 and 85 seats. So if they've managed to get 131, it's still a massive defeat for them, but it's a lot better than what they were probably expecting. The Liberal Democrats have had a huge improvement. They've got 61 seats according to the exit poll. That's quite a turnaround from where the party was just a few years ago, where they had less than 20 seats. In fact, they were reduced to a panda joke in Scotland at one point, where there were more pandas in the zoo at Scotland than there were Liberal Democrat MPs in the entire country. So, yeah, it's been a big turnaround for them. They will be the third biggest party in Westminster, no matter what. Even if the SNP were to sweep the board and take 57 seats, the Liberal Democrats will finish as the third biggest party. And again, the SNP, sorry, they are not going to sweep the board this time. At best, maybe there's a bit of leeway in the opinion polls. They'll wind up with somewhere in the region of about 15, maybe 20 seats, but I'm not expecting it now. The Labour Party was expected to sweep through most of the central belt in Scotland. The ironic thing is, Keir Starmer is winning this huge majority, despite the fact that he has secured less of the vote nationally than Jeremy Corbyn did in 2017, when he took 40% of the vote. And that was the biggest share of the vote of any party that has formed a government in 2017. That was the biggest share of any party that's ever gone on to form a government since 2001, when Tony Blair had his second landslide. This is also a case of the Labour Party under Keir Starmer are looking at potentially beating Blair's total from the 1997 landslide. Blair had 172. The exit polls suggest it will be 170 for the Labour Party. Again, they could wind up with more than that. It is a little worse than what the polls predicted. Again, the pre-election polls all predicted pretty much that Labour were going to finish with somewhere in the region of 200 to 300 seats in a majority. I mean, the fact that they were even talking about how this could be the biggest landslide since 1835, when the Whigs routed the Tories. This was just after the Reform Act had passed and the electorate had been expanded. So it's a big result either way for the Labour Party, but not as big as what was predicted. The same way that the Tory result doesn't appear to be as bad as what everybody was expecting either. Again, the Labour Party has been a disappointment. I mean, this is the most disappointed I've actually been in the Labour Party in over 15 years. I thought the low point was the leadership of Ed Miliband. That I felt was rock bottom when it came to the Labour Party in terms of whether or not you could actually trust them, because at that time they had been selling the racist mugs, they pandered to UKIP, Ed Miliband had written a column where he was effectively arguing against his own right to even exist. I mean, he was talking about implementing immigration policies that would have kept his own father out of the country. And I found that utterly appalling, given that I'm the grandson of a German migrant, an unskilled German migrant who came to this country not knowing a word of English. And yet here we are with a Labour leader in 2015 who was arguing against his own existence. Now, it's even worse. The fact that we've had a Labour leader in Keir Starmer who has pandered to the far right, he has pandered to transphobes, he has broken every single promise in every single one of his 10 promises that he made in the leadership campaign. It's not a great time to be on the left wing in this country. It's Ruth Davidson referred to Keir Starmer and the Labour Party as being a centre-left party. That is goddamn hysterical, given that the Labour Party has recently pandered to racists by talking about deporting people from Bangladesh. They have marginalised the Bangladeshi community. They've marginalised large parts of the Muslim community in this country. The clip I was trying to show when my microphone cut off was a piece of doorbell camera footage by an outgoing Labour MP for Birmingham Selly Oak, who also happens to be the chair of the Labour Friends of Israel. That is Steve McCabe. Now, Mr. McCabe was caught on a doorbell camera, one of those Ring doorbell cameras, and he was spreading overt racist lies against and the independent candidate who was standing in Birmingham Selly Oak, who happens to be a British Palestinian. The man in question was Professor Kamal Hawash, who is a professor of engineering at Birmingham University. So, Mr. McCabe was caught on the video, which again, unfortunately, I wasn't able to broadcast with any sound. I may splice it in at some point if I clip this out and put it up on YouTube. But he referred to Professor Hawash as a Hamas supporter. He called him the Hamas supporter from the university. Now, Professor Hawash has never endorsed Hamas, and the organization he was the chair of, which was the Palestinian Solidarity Campaign, also has never endorsed Hamas. But this was the racist lie that Steve McCabe was spreading on the doorstep to the electorate. And he's been caught on camera doing it. And yet the Labour Party took absolutely no action. They haven't suspended him. They haven't disciplined him. They haven't condemned what he said. The thing is as well, Professor Hawash also was, until October, a member of the Labour Party. He left because of what was going on with regard to Labour's stance on the massacre that Israel was carrying out in Gaza. And I will again read Professor Hawash's resignation letter. Sorry, again, my throat's getting a bit ticklish, but his resignation letter from the Labour Party was incredibly powerful and extremely damning. He posted it to his own website. It was shared on several websites, and also it's been doing the rounds recently on social media. His website is called Brum to Jerusalem Blog, mostly about Palestine, Israel, and justice. And it's titled My Letter of Resignation from the Labour Party to Keir Starmer. This is dated from October the 22nd, 2023. Dear Sir Keir, I am a British Palestinian academic who has been a member of the Labour Party for a number of years, but it has moved away from many of them under your leadership. I am convinced the country needs a change of government to a Labour government for the benefit of all Brits, but have major problems with the direction it has taken on Palestine and Israel under your leadership. I have followed the party's position on Palestine and Israel with dismay. You yourself have aligned yourself with blind support for Israel, whatever it does, and literally thrown the Palestinians under the bus, or as in Gaza now, the bombs. During the party leadership election, you agreed that you're a Zionist, which implies you support the creation of Israel in the Palestinian people's homeland through terror and against their will. Palestine was not a land without a people for a people without a land. At a Labour Friends of Israel lunch in 2021, you lauded Israel for making the desert bloom, a truly racist statement. It is the Palestinians that had already made Palestine a significant economic and trading nation. Watch Palestine 1920 on Al Jazeera to see for yourself what it was like decades before Israel was created. You have accepted pro-Israel groups' conflation of anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. That is completely wrong and dangerous. As you should be aware, not all Jews are Zionists, and not all Zionists are Jews. The party has been suspending and expelling members, especially Jewish members, essentially for voicing support for Palestinians instead of supporting the party's biased position on Israel. You have denied that Israeli policies against the Palestinians meet the definition of apartheid according to the Rome Statute. As a human rights lawyer who should work from evidence, you dismissed the painstakingly made reports by highly respected human rights organizations, including the Israeli human rights organization B'Tselem, that concluded that Israel's policies meet that definition. You have refused to meet the Palestinian community in Britain despite repeated requests to do so, while meeting pro-Israel organizations on a regular basis. I was at the Labour conference in 2021 when a motion on Palestine and Israel was passed overwhelmingly. The leadership quickly rejected it, despite it being the will of the membership through the conference. You have rowed back on recognition of a Palestinian state immediately after taking power to kick it into the long grass of when it is helpful. However, it is your most recent position on the siege Israel has imposed on the civilian population of 2.3 million in Gaza that I and many Labour members found outrageous and wrong. Your answer on LBC has been widely shared and confirms that Israel has a right to cut water, electricity, food, and medical supplies from civilians in Gaza, over 50% of whom are children. Your attempt to explain this was seen for what it was, an attempt to say what you didn't say. Your position angered so many Labour members, and as a result, councillors resigned or threatened to resign. The leadership has been threatening CLPs not to discuss the current war by Israel, not on Hamas, but the Palestinian people, both in Gaza and the West Bank. Word on the street is that your office has been in complete meltdown because of the backlash against your position. That is not surprising considering your appalling position. Palestine, contrary to how your advisors are characterizing it to you, is not just a Muslim issue from an electoral perspective. It is an issue of injustice, politics, and human rights. The Palestinians have every right to attain the rights that all other people enjoy, those of justice, freedom, and equality in her historic homeland. The Palestinian refugees are still languishing in refugee camps 75 years after their expulsion by Zionist terrorist gangs, following numerous massacres in which they savagely killed men, women, and children. They have a right to return to their homes in accordance with international law. I salute the Labour councillors for saying enough is enough and resigning, and I hope more will reflect and come to the same conclusion that Palestinian lives are no less valuable than others is shameful and wrong. There should be no reason for not calling for an unconditional ceasefire between Israel and the Palestinian factions to save lives on both sides. How many more deaths are needed to convince you that that is the correct call now? Yesterday, I was proud to speak at the largest pro-peace and Palestinian rights demonstration in history in London. I spoke in my capacity as the chair of the Palestine Solidarity Campaign, the largest Palestinian solidarity group in Europe. In a personal capacity, I announced to 300,000 demonstrators that as a Palestinian and human rights activist, I could no longer be a member of the Labour Party, whose policies and positions, led by you, stand with an apartheid illegal occupier that is a serial breacher of international law, which has not implemented a single General Assembly or Security Council resolution since its creation. My mother, who was born in Jerusalem before Israel was created and now lives in Birmingham, has no right to return to her home city, but a Jewish woman from Birmingham with no connection to the Holy Land has a right to return to a place she does not come from, Israel. That is the injustice. Peace will come to the Holy Land when my mother can return to Jerusalem to live in peace with those who live there between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea. I am resigning from the Labour Party with effect from the 21st of October, but still hope you will end your blind support for Israel, value Palestinian lives as much as others' lives, and work for a just peace. Stand on the right side of history. I will make this letter public. Regards, Professor Kamal Hawash. That was a pretty damning response to Keir Starmer and the Labour Party. It was very, very powerful, and I can understand why it's been doing the rounds on social media. And kudos to Professor Hawash for what he said. The fact is that the stance from the Labour Party when it comes to the genocide in Gaza has been utterly disgraceful. Keir Starmer, of course, was on LBC, and when Nick Ferrari had asked him, is the siege appropriate, cutting off water, cutting off power, secure? Keir Starmer immediately in response said, well, I do think Israel has that right. It was 9 days later that he then tried to claim to the press that what he actually meant was Israel has the right to defend itself. He wasn't saying, oh, that they have the right to cut off water, food, power, medical supplies. He wasn't saying that. Now, LBC have got the clip, and they replay it every single time that Starmer has tried to put out this lie and effectively gaslight the nation. Good evening, Liam. Yes, Starmer is the reason I didn't vote for Labour for the first time in my life. I am not somebody who is strictly a party political person. I mean, I have voted for a variety of different parties ever since I became old enough to vote in 2005. I have voted Labour, I have voted Green, I have voted SNP, I voted for independence. I even, at one local government election, was so disgusted with the candidates that I submitted as a protest vote the All Scotland Pensioner Party. And that was before they wound up, I think it was in 2019. This election, I was not enthused by any of the major parties. My ballot paper had 5 options. And I say 5. Realistically, there was only 2. Out of the 5 that were listed, there was the Tories, which is an absolute no. There was Reform, which there's no fucking way I would ever vote for that gaggle of racists. In fact, I have made it a point to friends and family members that if I ever openly espouse support for the likes of Reform or Britain First or any other far-right group, that is their cue to have me sectioned under the Mental Health Act and get me tested for a brain tumour or an aneurysm. There's no way in hell I'd be voting for them. In fact, I don't excuse anybody voting for them on this occasion. I mean, the fact is that previous elections, people have voted for UKIP, they voted for the Brexit Party, and in some cases, they've not really actually known what exactly they've been voting for. Some people were hoodwinked by a couple of certain key phrases. I don't know if I said the Brexit Party there. I meant Brexit in the Brexit referendum, not the Brexit Party, but UKIP and the Brexit referendum would be key examples of how people wound up jumping into bed with racists and not really realizing what they were doing. This time, the coverage of Reform's candidates, which it should be no surprise that Reform is a party that is full of very, very unpleasant, racist, and misogynistic, homophobic, and Islamophobic people. I mean, it's like being surprised that water is wet. But the thing is, the coverage has been pretty much nonstop. The fact that every newspaper in the country, I mean, even the likes of the Daily Mail, have reported on the deeply unpleasant candidates who are standing for Reform, people who have been talking about how black people have lower IQs, how they want to deport all Muslims, how they think asylum seekers should be left to drown in the English Channel. Those people have been covered by the press. Meanwhile, you've still got people who, despite all of this coverage, despite all of this exposure, explaining in detail just how viciously racist and unpleasant Reform is, they're still saying, well, I'm gonna vote for these people anyway. Now, to me, there's no excuse now. You can't say that you didn't know what you were getting into bed with. I mean, I don't know what it is about Nigel Farage and his message that attracts racists like a piece of dog shit in the baking sun attracts flies. it's no coincidence that Nigel Farage has had the support of Britain First, of Jada Franson, of Stephen Yaxley Lennon, of Nick Griffin, of Patriotic Alternative, of various football hooligan supporters groups, of Lawrence Fox, and of Katie Hopkins. And every single one of these people, who are notorious racists, have said to go and vote for reform. And again, these are the people that people are legitimately casting a vote for. Thank you for the update, Liam. Newcastle Central Labour hold. So far, that's all the results at the minute. I think there's only been 6 declarations, and Labour has held every one of them. We haven't had a turnover to any party yet, although it's expected that Labour are going to take quite a large number of seats. The opinion polls suggest it's going to be 410, which means they will have a majority of 170, and they can do whatever the hell they want in Parliament for the next 5 years at least. But again, people are jumping into bed with reform. They're doing this knowingly. So this is not a case of where in previous years you could have said, not everybody who voted for this is racist, but every racist voted for it. On this occasion, if you are willing to openly espouse that you voted for reform, you should be considered as poisonous and nasty and shunned by your community, similar to how people who used to openly espouse support for the National Front and the BNP were treated throughout the late 80s and through the 1990s. This should be... Swindon South was a Labour gain from Conservative. So I apologise. There was one gain so far. The Labour campaign. In fact, all the campaigns have been uninspiring, quite frankly. I mean, of my 5 options, there was, as I said, Reform. There was the Tories. The Liberal Democrats, there's 3 reasons I can honestly say I will not vote for them for the foreseeable future. Number 1 is, of course, I remember the Condemn Coalition years when the Liberal Democrats sold out every single principle they claimed to stand for and were elected on to get a sniff of power from the Conservatives. And at that time, they enabled the most heinous attacks by David Cameron's government on the disabled, the sick, the dying, the poor, the working class, single mothers. All of them were targeted and viciously hammered by the austerity policies of David Cameron's government. And again, this was enabled by the Liberal Democrats. They at no point thought, enough's enough. Look, you either will compromise on this, or we will dissolve the coalition. And the Liberal Democrats to this day still defend the coalition. So again, I can't see myself voting for them on that one. There's also the issue of the way the Liberal Democrats handled the issue of their former leader, David Steele, and what he knew with regard to the sadistic paedophile Cyril Smith. That one I'll probably touch on in just a few moments' time, but there's also a personal reason that I will not vote for the Liberal Democrats. In Scotland, there is a candidate that they keep putting up for election, and he has lost every election since he lost his seat in 2015. He's lost every election for Westminster and Holyrood throughout that entire time period, and I take great delight in that because he's a xenophobe. It's Alan Reid, who is standing in Argyll and Bute. He used to be the Liberal Democrat MP for there up until the SNP swept the board in 2015 and took 56 out of 59 seats. Alan Reid, in 2014, when he had a French constituent write to him asking some questions about what would happen to Scotland in the event of independence, he sent quite a nasty reply back, which said, "You're a foreigner, I am not your MP." Now, that is completely out of line. It was a breach of the MP's code of conduct because, like it or not, that he is actually that person's MP. Doesn't matter where they have come from. If they live in the constituency, his job is to represent them, regardless of whether or not they're eligible to vote for him. I take exception to it as well because I have friends from Europe. I've former co-workers I still am in contact with from mainland Europe. I am the grandson of a German migrant who came to this country not knowing a word of English, and at the same time, again, my partner is American. So Alan Reid can go fuck himself. And Liberal Democrats can go fuck themselves for selecting that piece of shit every single election. He's expected to finish, I think, in third place this time when he stands in Argyll and Bute. It's going to be, I think, SNP Reform and then Lib Dem. So again, when that result comes in, I will take great delight on him losing yet again. When it comes to the other issue I mentioned, which is the way the Liberal Democrats handled the issue with David Steele and what he knew with Cyril Smith, David Steele was the leader of the Liberal Party. He was the leader of the Liberal Democrats, the initial version of them. There used to be two separate parties. There was the Social Democratic Party and there was the Liberal Party. They were known at one point as the SDP Liberal Alliance. Cyril Smith was a member of the Liberal Party. David Steele was initially in the SDP. He then assumed the leadership of the joint group. Now, Cyril Smith in 1979, he was revealed by Private Eye and the Rochdale Alternative Press to be a paedophile. He was abusing boys in a Rochdale care home. And this had been sent by both Private Eye and the RAP to David Steele and the Liberal Party, the Liberal Democrat leadership at the time. And nothing was done. It was buried. They've, in fact, the Liberal Democrats for years called the people who accused Smith of abusing them of being liars and fantasists and attention seekers. And one of Smith's victims, he was so tired of being constantly referred to as a liar by the Liberal Democrats when he was encouraged to come forward and reveal what had happened to him, that he wound up ultimately ending his own life. So the Liberal Democrats do have blood on their hands when it comes to that issue. David Steele, Cyril Smith was ultimately outed, and it was confirmed that the initial reports from Private Eye and the RAP were true, and that yes, he had in fact been molesting boys in a care home. Now, at the time, in 2020, David Steele resigned as the leader of the Liberal Democrats. He resigned from the Liberal Democrats in 2020, and he resigned from his position in the House of Lords as well. This was after he had given evidence to the independent inquiry into child sexual abuse, where he admitted that he knew everything, that he had confronted Cyril Smith. Smith had told him everything that had happened, and that all of it about him molesting children was true. And yes, he knew even at the time that he submitted Smith to receive a knighthood. Now, I was pretty pissed off when he gave that evidence because that isn't the first time he'd told that story. In fact, the first time he had told that story and admitted that he knew everything was 6 years earlier. It was 2014, and the story was broken by the Telegraph because there had been another inquiry as well at that point. It was an informal inquiry at that point. It wasn't anything near the extent of the II CSA. And at that time, 2014, David Steele admitted that he knew everything that Cyril Smith had done. Cyril Smith had confessed that he had molested those boys. What had been written about him was true. But it was swept under the rug. And there's a number of people who are still involved in the Liberal Democrat Party who were involved in, at that point, 2014, covering up for Smith. And it's not just Smith, but Steele, and saying that David Steele had misheard the question. Again, we found out, no, he hadn't misheard the question. He knew. He knew the whole time. So again, it was incredibly galling. I mean, the fact that at this time as well, this was shortly after the SNP had a scandal with an MSP who was actually the finance secretary, Derek Mackay. He had been caught texting a 16-year-old minor. Not sorry, excuse me, I do apologize. 16 years old. He's over the age of consent in this country, but he was texting a 16-year-old. There is, of course, an issue with the fact that this 16-year-old had campaigned to work for him, but at the same time, Mackay being an MSP, that creates a power dynamic which could have been a legal issue. Mackay's language was also very, very reminiscent of the kind of thing that you tend to see in chat logs from child groomers, telling them to keep this as our little secret, things of that nature. Make sure you delete the conversations. And when this happened, the press in Scotland, they had people doorstepping the offices of the SNP and wanting comments from Nicola Sturgeon. But when this came out with regard to David Steele and what had been an ongoing scandal, they didn't get anybody out doorstepping Willie Rennie or Nick Clegg or Joe Swinson, any of them who, again, had been involved in this cover-up. I mean, Joe Swinson had defended the reinstatement of David Steele. David Steele had been temporarily suspended over his remarks in 2014. This was again at the time where they said, he didn't understand the question because of his hearing. He'd been temporarily suspended. He was reinstated. Joe Swinson defended that, although she said that she was glad that future cases would be dealt with through an independent inquiry rather than a closed-doors internal one, as what happened to Steele and why he got suspended back in 2014. Willie Rennie, his lack of availability was just utterly loathsome. I mean, he was previously always amongst the very, very first to comment whenever there was a scandal involving any other party and a case of sexual misconduct. He did that with Derek Mackay, but then all of a sudden, he's not available when this case involving David Steele crops up. And when Mackay was outed by the Sun newspaper at the time, he resigned from his position as finance secretary. Willie Rennie would say, this is a disgrace that he was allowed to resign rather than being sacked. Although the SNP, once they knew the full story about what had happened, they suspended Derek Mackay from the party immediately, and I believe he was eventually expelled outright. Now, David Steele had told multiple variations of the story about how much he knew when it came to Cyril Smith. When it came to the story, it was in, I want to say about 2012, 2013, he started writing to Private Eye. And it was during this time he wrote multiple different letters with multiple different accounts of what was going on. So in 2012, 2013, he first said that he had confronted Cyril Smith about the allegation. Oh, no, sorry. The first thing he claimed was that he was not aware of the allegations that were made by Private Eye and the Rochdale Alternative Press. He then said that, yes, he was aware. He asked Cyril Smith about them. He denied everything. He then changed the story again, where it was that Cyril Smith admitted that he had been involved in disciplining the boys, smacking a few bare bottoms. One of the things he was accused of was, yes, he would viciously beat the backsides of these boys, and then he would he would then go over them with a damp sponge. That was his fetish. He would also grope the genitals of these kids. Once he had been confronted about that, and he said, this, it was just a few bare bottoms that were being spanked. He then changed it again, and he said that, if I want to remember this correctly, he said that, Smith had been involved in disciplining the boys and also performing medical procedures, which he apparently was entitled to do as a trustee of the care home and because he was an elected councillor. I do not know any member of local government who is allowed to carry out medical procedures on people in care homes, especially not young boys. And again, this was the last variation he told to Private Eye. It became such a joke at the time that I remember saying to a few people, this was almost like George Lucas constantly changing the original Star Wars trilogy. There was a new version of it pretty much every single time David Steele wanted to talk about it. So again, the fact that the Liberal Democrats knew of the fact that David Steele was fully aware of what was going on. He still knighted Cyril Smith, and they covered up for his admission in 2014, and then claimed to be outraged and upset when they found out in 2020 that he told the IICSA that all the stuff that I said in 2014, that's actually the real story. Yes, I knew everything that went on. That is a reason that I can't bring myself to vote for the Liberal Democrats, because there are members of that party still involved to this day. And it sickens me to think about it. When it came to my vote in this election, my two options really was either to give a reluctant vote to the SNP or spoil my ballot paper. And I gave serious consideration to both options. I've been dissatisfied with the SNP, the internal issues that they've had. I'm not happy with the transphobic wing being as prominent as they are. I know a few people who ditched the SNP entirely on the grounds that Kate Forbes was made deputy leader. Kate Forbes being an absolute extremist nutcase when it comes to a number of views, including being anti-abortion, being anti-gay rights, being anti-trans rights. This is not the kind of person that I think should be representing a modern Scotland, especially when Scotland prides itself on being one of the most welcoming nations when it comes to equality and rights for gay people, LGBTQ people in general, in fact. I mean, it also bugged me the fact that Keir Starmer and the Labour Party have pandered to transphobes and bigots on the right wing. They've been pandering to the likes of J.K. Rowling. They have been talking about, obviously, marginalizing transgender people. Keir Starmer had written about how, well, sorry, he'd been talking about how that he was not going to recognize gender recognition certificates. People with gender recognition certificates would not be allowed access to women's spaces. And he's effectively supporting a modern version of Section 28 when it comes to school kids, transgender youth, and them getting access to treatment, or even just the fact of being taught that there's nothing wrong with being transgender is going to be an issue. I've gone over what's in the recommendations for this new legislation. I mean, as evil as Section 28 was, it didn't require schools to out gay kids to their parents, whereas this requires the schools to actually out anybody who may be presenting as transgender to their parents. So if you don't know that your child, who the parents think, the parents think obviously is male, but they identify at school as female, they maybe wear makeup, they maybe ask their friends to call them Bethany instead of Benjamin, that kind of thing. The school will be required to out them to the parents. Keir Starmer said he doesn't want gender ideology being taught in schools, and this was 4 years after he told Pink News that trans rights are human rights, and I support the right to self-identification. He's lied on all 10 of his leadership campaign commitments. Everything that he promised that he would stand for as the Labour leader, that all fell by the wayside. Every single one of those 10 commitments is gone. And the thing is, as well, this is not only excused. It's treated as if, it's not even a big deal. James O'Brien, for example, was on his radio show just recently. Now, James O'Brien relentlessly tore into Boris Johnson for being a compulsive liar. He's relentlessly tore into Nigel Farage for being a compulsive liar. He's torn into multiple Tory MPs for being compulsive, pathological liars. Yet, on his radio show just this past week, he said that there wasn't really an issue with, oh, yeah, he made some promises he knew he couldn't keep to secure the leadership. Doesn't really matter, does it? Yes, it does. I mean, you talk about the lack of trust in politics. Here is the leader of the Labour Party, the now effectively, and by tomorrow morning, he will be the Prime Minister. He is going to be the Prime Minister of this country. And he lied to secure the leadership of the Labour Party. If that had been Jeremy Corbyn, if Jeremy Corbyn had lied on every single one of his campaign promises, that would have been national news. Laura Kuenssberg would be talking about it every Sunday for 6 months. James O'Brien would not shut up about it. I mean, Keir Starmer has caused an international incident with the consulate of Bangladesh. Again, there has been nothing but silence on that. You had to go to the likes of Novara Media. You had to go to various political commentators on YouTube to actually get any substance on that. But when it came to the mainstream media, there was a few people just asking Jeremy Corbyn, not Jeremy Corbyn, asking Keir Starmer why he chose Bangladesh and why, he had said that the fact that Bangladeshis were why he'd focused on Bangladeshis in general, and if you wanted to address the upset he caused, again, it was effectively non-story. It was like it was in the news for one day, and then that was it, completely ignored. The fact that he had pandered to the right wing. I'm just reading this comment from Liam. I like James O'Brien on the whole, but his obsession over Jeremy Corbyn and letting Starmer get away with everything is galling. Yes, I completely agree. I absolutely agree with that. It's absolutely disgusting. I mean, we can look at the numerous other lies that Keir Starmer has told in regard to his campaigning. I mean, again, I mentioned the 10 pledges that were ditched. This is another one. He told the leadership hustings in Liverpool that Liverpool has been wounded by the media, the Sun in this city, a hurt for this city, and I certainly won't be giving interviews to the Sun during the course of this campaign. Yet, not only did Keir Starmer give regular interviews to the Sun, he wrote a column for them. He was a regular columnist. And guess what he used to defend the fact that, yes, he wrote for the Sun? Do you want to take a quick guess? Well, it was the fact that, I was Director of Public Prosecutions when the report on the truth of the Hillsborough case came out, and that he was happy to continue working for the Sun. He has said that candidates should be selected by local Labour groups and not the National Executive Committee. But yet the NEC purged members and prospective candidates, and then they imposed candidates on constituencies against the wishes of constituency Labour parties. That's happened, including in cases where it's been candidates who are members of the NEC have been selected to stand as candidates for the Labour Party in this election without any process, without having to go through a constituency Labour Party. Luke Akehurst is the prime example. I mean, he's standing in Durham North, and he happens to be the one who was personally responsible for purging a lot of candidates who were going to stand for them prospectively at the election for things like tweets that were supportive of the Green Party or who had expressed support for a Palestinian state, or they had been less than kind about Israel's genocide on Gaza. Of course, we had his support of international war crimes. Keir Starmer was on Nick Ferrari's show on LBC. This was just after the initial attack on Israel by Hamas. And Nick Ferrari had asked him about an appropriate response. I mean, Keir Starmer had initially said that Israel had the right to defend itself. Ferrari followed it up by asking if A siege is appropriate, cutting off power, cutting off water secure. And Keir Starmer's immediate response was, well, I think Israel does have that right. Again, this is the kind of thing he then tried to completely gaslight the nation on 9 days later, saying, no, I didn't say that I think Israel has the right to cut off power, cut off water, when that is what he was asked. And he said, I think Israel does have that right. We've got the issue with racism within the Labour Party, not just obviously the pandering to the far right when it came to attacking Bangladeshis, which I'll get onto in just a few moments' time. But you may remember the Labour Party commissioned the QC, now KC, Martin Ford, to conduct an independent investigation into racism within the Labour Party. It was called the Ford Report. And that report was largely ignored. And nobody really was willing to talk to Martin Ford that there was a hierarchy of racism in the Labour Party, particularly when it came to anti-Muslim and anti-black racism. He'd also been contacted by various prospective candidates and MPs from Muslim and ethnic minority backgrounds who were troubled with the amount of racism within the Labour Party. One media outlet did want to talk to Martin Ford. That was Al Jazeera. They had asked to speak to him about his findings, and when he agreed to do so, the Labour Party sent him a legal threat. They tried to gag him. Now, Martin Ford, in his reply, was much, much more polite than the Labour Party deserved, because quite frankly, that reply could have been something as very, very simple as if anybody who's a reader of Private Eye would recognize, we refer you to the reply in the case of Arkle v. Prestram. For anybody who doesn't know what that means, it's basically fuck off. And again, this ongoing thing with the Labour Party with internal issues of racism, and there was the fact that Keir Starmer attacked the Bangladesh community in this country, where he was talking about how we need when he gave an interview to the Sun, Harry Cole of the Sun. It was like a town hall style meeting, and he was talking about how he would deport people back to their country of origin. He wasn't focused on Rwanda. He was focused on getting flights off the ground to return people back to their country of origin if they didn't have the right to remain. And the country he brought up was Bangladesh. The problem is Bangladesh isn't even in the top 10 of countries that Britain receives asylum applications from. And when it comes to the small boat crossings in the English Channel, it's not even in the top 20 of destinations from where people have arrived from. Countries of origin, not destinations, countries of origin. Bangladesh makes up 0.03% of all of the people who have crossed in small boats. Most of the people who arrive from Bangladesh do so on legal and valid visas. They're here either as students or they're here in work. And there is a return agreement with Bangladesh where if somebody's visa is expired, they are promptly returned to Bangladesh. They are not staying here and overstaying their welcome, as would be described. But it wasn't just Keir Starmer who came out with this line. There was also the Shadow Paymaster General, Jonathan Ashworth. And he brought up Bangladesh repeatedly. It seemed to be the one country he was focused on. Also, well, we could return people to Bangladesh. He also came out with this National Front level line where he said people, are coming here, they're getting put up in hotels and staying there for the rest of their lives. Again, that's there is an issue with people being placed in the asylum hotels. It's not a case of Bangladeshis coming here and getting put up in hotels and staying there forever. It's just not happening. And we know this because the consulate of Bangladesh wrote to the Labour Party to clarify this. I mean, he's not even Prime Minister yet, and he created an international incident. Again, imagine if Jeremy Corbyn had done this. Imagine if Jeremy Corbyn had done this and he had the resignations from Bangladeshi members of the Labour Party, including multiple councillors who have stepped down from the Labour Party or have defected to the Greens. Again, this would be nothing but the talking points for Laura Kuenssberg, for James O'Brien, for Sky News, for pretty much every political program in the country. And yet Keir Starmer just gets away with this. But the fact that they were pandering to the ultra right wing, to the supporters of Farage and Reform, and this was a theory that was actually put out by a member of the Labour Party who did step down, which is that the Bangladeshi community has been pretty much counted on as just being guaranteed that it's going to vote Labour no matter what. So they felt in the case of Bangladeshi elders in a lot of cases don't speak English. First generation Bangladeshis who've come over, and particularly the older generations who came here as part of the Commonwealth, they struggled with English. So the belief was that he could get away with this and the community wouldn't really pay much attention to it. But they did, and they have let him know about it. He has had multiple complaints from Bangladeshi leaders. He has had multiple complaints from members of his own party. He's had multiple complaints from independents now. And yet this was allowed to go on, this pandering to the right wing. And it sickened me to my core, quite frankly. Labour have held Gateshead Central, so at the minute, Labour hold Gateshead Central. So we've had one gain so far. Labour's won 7 seats. 6 of them are seats that they've held, and 1 they've gained from the Conservatives. The big ones due to come. I mean, we're expecting some of the cabinet to be wiped out. I mean, at the minute, it's looking like Jeremy Hunt is going to become the first ever Chancellor of the Exchequer to lose his seat at a general election. We're also set to lose a few others. Johnny Mercer is one of them. Alex Chalk is another. Grant Shapps is on that list. Johnny Mercer, again, ran quite a disgraceful campaign where he questioned the military record of another veteran who was standing against him. You've also got, of course, there's another bunch that are too close to call, but potentially are going to swing to Labour or the Liberal Democrats. That include the Leader of the House, Penny Mordaunt. So it's quite possible that a number of prominent Conservatives who would be considered as potential leadership replacements for Rishi Sunak, who I expect will be announcing his resignation around about somewhere between 7 o'clock and 9 o'clock this morning. Once it's clear that it's an overwhelming Labour majority, he'll be announcing his immediate resignation, Prime Minister, and as leader of the Conservative Party. But a lot of his potential replacements are falling by the wayside. Ian Duncan Smith is one who I suspect is going to retain his seat. I don't expect he'll be a potential leadership contender, but I suspect he's going to retain his seat, namely because the opposition will have been split. There's Labour's candidate who was somewhat unpopular because it was a hand-picked candidate from the NEC, and Faiza Shaheen, who had been blocked from standing, and she decided to stand as an independent. So I think that's going to hurt the chances of getting Ian Duncan Smith out of Chingford and Wood Green. The SNP are expected to finish with just 10 seats. That is an absolute disaster, but it's not unexpected. They have been the party of government in Scotland for 17 years, for one. There's also the question of how much of this was just purely an anti-Tory vote. It was just votes to get the Conservatives out, because in some cases the Tories were second place in the number of seats in Scotland. They were the best position to beat the SNP. It's easy to scare Labour supporters into thinking, well, you need to vote for the Labour Party in these seats to get even just swing voters. It's easy to scare them to say, well, you need to vote for the Labour to guarantee keeping the Tories out. But again, I also recognise that there is dissatisfaction amongst the SNP. I'm not satisfied with the party. There's a reason I'm not a member, but then again, there's a reason I'm not a member of the Green Party either. I'm not a member of any political party. Nor do I intend to join one anytime soon. Other results we could potentially be looking at. One of the things I'm curious, actually, not with regard to the results, but just with regard to some of the coverage. Nadine Dorries. I'm curious to know what the hell she's doing on Channel 4, because Nadine Dorries, when she was the culture secretary, infamously tried to privatize the station. She didn't understand the brief. She knew that Channel 4 was publicly owned, but she didn't, however, realize that Channel 4 is not subsidized by the license fee. It receives no public funding. It's run entirely as a commercial operation. It's self-sufficient. I mean, she tried to claim that we should look at Channel 5 as an example of how great it could be, taking a network from the public sector and privatizing it, except the fact that Channel 5 was always a privately owned station. It's never been in public ownership. I mean, I still remember when Channel 5 launched all the way back in, I think, what was it, 1997? And the two things you could pretty much guarantee were on for their late night content were things like it was either going to be European football, because I remember watching a lot of Chelsea's Cup Winners' Cup games during that period, or it was porn. So those were pretty much your two options for late night content when it came to Channel 5 back in the early days. Channel 5 also had a policy at one point where they had no quality control whatsoever. It was it's a bit like listening to Jim Cornette when he would talk about how it was dealing with local TV stations when he was trying to put wrestling on a local TV station in Kentucky, in the Kentucky area, where most TV stations, it's a case of, you just go up to them and say, "Here's a check, here's a tape, run it." So you wound up with Channel 5 putting out things like a program claiming that the moon landing was fake, and it was a lot of the same. It was a lot of the same flimsy excuses that were debunked in various programs, including, I think, Penn and Teller's bullshit. Let's see, if you wrote down the number of things Nadine Dorries doesn't understand in size 1 font, it would cover the earth 20,000 times over. Funnily enough, you should mention that. Nadine Dorries made an interesting comment earlier on today. I want to see where it is. I did bookmark it. Oh yes, it was. It was with regard to the story that Keir Starmer is wanting to spend Friday nights after 6 o'clock with his family, because his wife's Jewish. They observe a Shabbat dinner, and also Keir Starmer wants to spend some quality time on a Friday night with his children, because his children are 16 and 13. They're not going to be around, for much longer. You suspect the 16-year-old in a year or two is probably going to go off to college or university. The 13-year-old, again, maybe doesn't want to have the family dinners, in a year or two's time. I mean, everybody knows what it's like, either dealing with a moody teenager or being a moody teenager. So, on that story, with regard to the fact that, with rare exceptions, he wants to stop working after 6 o'clock on a Friday night so he can observe Shabbat dinner with his family. Nadine Dorries posted this to Twitter. She said, "This made me laugh out loud when I read it. Starmer has never been a minister. He has no idea what is about to hit him if he wins. His life and his diary will no longer be his own. There is no day off or early finish, ever." Two things I would like to bring up in response to that. One, Nadine Dorries, when she was a minister, did not know her brief. That was blatantly obvious when she was the culture secretary. The culture secretary, again, there was the whole fiasco with her attempt to privatize Channel 4. Part of her job as culture secretary, because the full title is Culture, Media, Digital and Sport, if I remember correctly. Her brief included cybersecurity. She admitted at a time when there was an issue with data breaches within government government offices. She shared her password with staff members. This is the woman who was in charge of cybersecurity. And meanwhile, on top of this, when she was the Minister for Mental Health, she would go on Twitter and describe people as window lickers. So that's with her position as a minister. I'd also like to point out she took a year off as an MP, did not attend Parliament for a year, didn't do any constituency work. This was the period when Boris Johnson had been ousted as Prime Minister, and he decided, obviously, he was not going to stick around as an MP because he was found guilty by the Parliamentary Standards Committee of misleading the House. So much so that he was facing one of the longest suspensions ever given to a member of Parliament, and a recommendation that he would be banned from having a former member's pass. He would not be allowed back into the Houses of Commons. So, yeah, I find that quite funny when it comes to Nadine Dorries. Yet Labour hold Cramlington and Killingworth. So, again, no major surprises at the minute. 8 seats to Labour, 1 gain from the Tories. I do find it quite strange the fact that Keir Starmer is set to win this huge majority, despite the fact that he's going to take less of a share of the vote nationally than Jeremy Corbyn managed in 2017. So 2017, Corbyn took 40% of the vote. It was a case of when Corbyn got 40% of the vote, the result was a hung parliament. The Conservatives didn't have enough to secure a majority. They had to do a deal with the DUP. And this time, Keir Starmer is set to get less than 40% of the vote nationally, but the vote is spread out widely enough that he's going to get this majority. It's also working in the same way as are understood to be probably finishing with a lower share of the vote nationally than Reform, although I think as well it's probably worth considering. I don't think the Liberal Democrats are running candidates in every single constituency. But despite this lower share of the vote nationally, they're going to finish with 61 seats if the exit polls are to be believed, while Reform will finish with just 13. So Reform's vote is concentrated in a few certain constituencies. Clacton, I suspect, probably is going to go to Nigel Farage by a margin of about 15-20%. There's also possibly, well, we know one member of Reform is probably not going to be returning, and that's Lee Anderson. Lee Anderson is expected to have lost his constituency in Ashfield. And I would like him to be investigated by the police and the Electoral Commission over his deal to defect to Reform. You may recall that previously Lee Anderson implied that he had been offered quite a lot of money to defect the Reform Party, including one of the offers was that if he lost his seat, Reform would employ him for 5 years on the same salary of an MP. Now, in the old days, that would be considered bribery. So I don't expect there'll be any kind of investigation, but it's something I would like to see. Good morning, Dingle Doddy 77. Dynamite Dorries also blew up at the Dorman Long Towers within a week of being Minister for Culture, Media and Sport. That is correct. That was another of her major issues. That I must admit, I got some perverse enjoyment of watching Nadine Dorries actually attending the Culture, Media and Sports Select Committees, just purely because John Nicholson would tear her to shreds. It was glorious to watch. I mean, the look of complete befuddlement on her face when it was explained to her what was in her brief. Um, and just her not understanding it. But it's something I do miss to a degree. Um, Liam says, I'd like to see Lee Anderson to be voted as the MP for Mars and for him to attend his constituency immediately. I don't think that's doable because obviously Daddy Elon, as the alt right keep referring to him as, his rockets just keep blowing up. So there's no chance he'll ever get out there. And Lee Anderson's not enough of a. He's a moron, but he's not enough of a moron to get on one of Elon Musk's rockets. I personally would think that the best thing we could do is name him ambassador to Pyongyang, North Korea. You know, just a suggestion. Again, though it's been pretty dissatisfying the entire election campaign. I had hoped that the Greens would finish with maybe an extra seat or two than what's predicted. I mean, they're currently predicted to finish with two. Um, Out of the others, that's an interesting one. I'm trying to figure out who they are because of the 23 others. So you've got 23 registered as other. Four of them are predicted to be Plaid from Wales, and 18 of them will be seats in Northern Ireland. That means there is one left. That is either going to be Jeremy Corbyn or George Galloway. Now, if I was a betting man, I would probably say it's most likely going to be Jeremy Corbyn. I am expecting him to be the only independent returned. George Galloway is a very, very effective by-election campaigner, but when it comes to the by-elections, a lot of people will use them as a protest vote. But when it comes to the general election, that's when it gets serious, and the main parties are the ones who tend to get voted for. And George Galloway finds himself out in the sidelines yet again. So, again, it could be that both Galloway and Corbyn will be returned. That is always a distinct possibility because remember, the exit polls are not 100% accurate. There is a margin of error. But if there is only going to be one of them returned, my money's on Corbyn. It was quite strange as well, seeing the newspapers and how they came out for some of the parties as well. There were quite a few switches when it came to the newspapers from Tory to Labour. The Sunday Times, The Economist, and the FT, they all switched they had all switched from previously backing the Tories to backing Labour. The Financial Times, although they didn't endorse any party in 2019 because they couldn't endorse Boris Johnson, they have backed the Tories pretty much at every other previous election of the last 15 years. In Scotland, we had the Daily Record encouraging their readers to vote for the Labour Party for the first time since 2010. Previously, they have just said don't vote the Tories back in. There's been another two Tory papers who said that it was time for them to leave office, but they stopped short of endorsing Labour. That was the Evening Standard. They said after 14 years in office, the Tories have earned the right to lose. And there was also a free newspaper for the London business community called City AM. They said that it was time for the Tories to go, but it was beyond us to endorse Labour. The Economist, they previously backed the Liberal Democrats in both 2017 and 2019. They switched to Labour. The Sun also switched to Labour on the day before the general election. That appeared to be a case of just the rats just jumping off the sinking ship of the Conservative Party. I was a little bit surprised that they went outright for an endorsement of Keir Starmer to be the next Prime Minister. Couple reasons for that. The Sun's readership tends not to support Labour. The Sun's readership is largely older, white, racist men who, are more inclined to vote for reform. The thing is, though, the Sun probably could not get away with outright endorsing reform. In fact, no newspaper endorsed reform. You might remember that I think it was the 2016 European election. Oh no, sorry, it was was it the 2016 European election or was the 2017 general election? But there was one. There was one of the elections where the Daily Express came out in support of UKIP under Nigel Farage. They've not endorsed reform this time. In fact, no newspaper endorsed reform, and no newspaper has endorsed the Liberal Democrats either. The Sun, again, was a bit of a shocker. There's another reason that I thought there's no way in hell the Sun's going to endorse Keir Starmer, and this was actually a point that was raised by their former editor, Kelvin McKenzie. A genital wart in human form, if you want to be as nice as possible about him. Kelvin McKenzie highlighted the fact that when Keir Starmer was Director of Public Prosecutions, that was around about the time that there was attempts to prosecute members of News International for the phone hacking scandal. Obviously, nobody went to jail for that, and it was a case of pretty much everybody who hadn't been convicted previously, like, say, Glenn Mulcair, got off scot-free. And but at the same time, the fact that Starmer had attempted to prosecute these people in the first place, you kind of got the impression that News International wouldn't be willing to overlook that. And that was probably going to prevent them from endorsing Keir Starmer, especially this late stage. The only other newspapers I'm aware of that endorsed any candidates, the National obviously endorsed the SNP, and the Daily Star, quite amusingly, normally they tend to stay out of the elections, although this year they decided to endorse Count Binface. I'll be looking forward to actually the result in Richmond, although it's predicted Rishi Sunak is going to hold on to that seat, despite the fact that he was afraid of losing it. I am curious to see what kind of dent there's going to be in his majority, but I'm also very, very curious to see how well Count Binface does. I'm hoping that guy can retain his deposit, because God bless him, we need more people like Count Binface in British politics. Maybe his policies are a bit out there wacky, but he's a joke candidate. We need a bit of humor in these dire election campaigns like this. I actually kind of wish that Al Murray had decided to run a campaign for the pub landlord in Clacton this time, but unfortunately not the case. I presume he decided that it just wasn't worth it. So results as it currently stands. Oh, we've got a Lib Dem gain. Harrogate and Knaresborough has gone from Tory to the Liberal Democrats. So it's now currently standing at Labour 9 seats, the Liberal Democrats at 1 out of the 10 declared so far. So who was the Tory MP for Harrogate and Knaresborough? Just trying to see who the hell was the MP. That was Nicholas Oliver. Oh, I'm sorry, no, that's not Nicholas. I'm reading the wrong one. Sorry, that's Gateshead I'm reading. See if I can find the declaration. Wasn't that long ago. Be nice to see if one of the more despicable members of the Tory party is out on their ass. I'm hoping to see the back of Jonathan Gullis. I'm hoping to see the back of Mark Francois. I'm hoping to see the back of, at least half of the cabinet. My big hope is that Jonathan Gullis, when he goes, he doesn't return to teaching. Not after his comments where he victim blamed children who had gone missing from UK government-run asylum facilities, where children are believed to have been trafficked, and it was a case of he stood up in Parliament and said, "Well, it's their fault; they shouldn't have even been here." That was a horrendous case of victim blaming, and if that's how he responds to children who enter this country as asylum seekers, who have come here fleeing war zones and famine and persecution, then I dread to think how he behaves when he is responsible for other people's children in this country. Yep, Andrew Jones lost Harrogate after 14 years. I think that's going to be a bit of a theme here tonight, Liam. The fact that obviously a lot of the Tories who are going to lose tonight, there's going to be a significant chunk from the Red Wall, people who were voted in on the Boris Johnson landslide of 2019. They're expected to go. But I'm not entirely sure the likes of Jacob Rees-Mogg is going to lose his seat. It would be nice to see, but there's certain seats where, let's be honest, you could put up a convicted paedophile in a blue rosette and they would still be elected. Hell, you could put up a fucking donkey or a house brick in a certain color rosette and they would still be elected, be it Labour, Lib Dem, or Tory. So, unfortunately, we are probably going to see a few of the malignant tumours of Parliament, like Jacob Rees-Mogg, sticking around. Although I hope I am proven wrong. So again, at the minute, the opinion polls, the exit polls, I should say, they're looking like they're going to be correct. It is a bit shocking that the pre-election polls all appear to have got it wrong. I mean, almost every poll until this morning was predicting that Labour was on course to win a majority of at least 200, possibly even over and above 300. I mean, it was Survation that had a prediction of Labour winning a majority of 309. And most of the polls said that Reform was probably going to finish with about 6 or 7 seats. They're on course to get double that with about 13. Some of the polls said that the SNP could finish with, seats in the single figures, as low as about 4. Some of them have said it would be in the region of about 20. There was a poll conducted for the Scotsman, which is a rabidly anti-SNP newspaper, and they said it would be somewhere in the region of they reckoned it was going to be a case of the SNP would win 24 seats in Scotland, Labour would win 22, because according to them, the SNP had regained their position in the polls with a 3-point lead. That appears to not be the case, or if it is the case, it's concentrated in certain areas to where the Labour vote is spread out enough that they've been able to increase their share of the vote astronomically. I don't know how many seats it's going to be between Labour and the Liberal Democrats split in Scotland. If these polls are to be believed, it would be somewhere in the region. Well, we know it's going to be about 10 seats for the SNP, according to the exit poll. To Scotland, I think it was mentioned that the Tories are expected to finish with 2 seats in Scotland. The Liberal Democrats would then, therefore, obviously share the rest of the 45 with Labour. So I'm thinking it might be somewhere in the region of 35 to Labour and maybe 10 for the Liberal Democrats. But that's going to be a case of wait and see. It's also why I think possibly we might see maybe 15 or so seats for the SNP. I'm thinking 10 might be a bit pessimistic, might be a bit too low, but we shall wait and see when the results come in. Other election news. Again, I've mentioned the absolute racism that was caught by Steve McCabe on a Ring camera. The fact that the Labour Party did absolutely nothing to this man. that he's not been suspended. There's been no announcement at all that he will be under investigation for his conduct. Nothing like that at all. His his comments where he smeared an independent candidate who happens to be a British Palestinian has been effectively just ignored. When he called him the Hamas supporter from the university, despite the fact that this British Palestinian has never endorsed Hamas. Um, the next 5 years are not looking good. If I'm being perfectly honest, the Labour Party has been lurching too far to the right. We finally now have a Conservative win on the board. They have held Raleigh and Wickford. So Labour have also gained Stroud from the Conservatives, and Labour have held on to Jarrow and Gateshead East. So it's currently Labour are on 11 with a gain of 2 seats. Conservatives are down 3 with their one and only seat declared so far, and the Liberal Democrats have gained 1 with their 1 seat. So again, we shall wait and see. The next 5 years for Keir Starmer, I think, is going to be his honeymoon period. This could be the case where Starmer could blow this massive majority in 5 years if he continues to lurch so far to the right that he practically resembles the Conservative Party. And this is where I think, if this happens, it's where the SNP really needs to focus their campaign. What also may benefit the SNP is, if I'm going to be perfectly blunt, losing some of their more problematic candidates at this election. Joanna Cherry, for example, being as rabidly anti-transgender as she is, I think it would probably be to their benefit if the party wants to be seen as supporting the rights of transgender people in Scotland, that Joanna Cherry just disappears. She's no longer involved in frontline politics, at least with the SNP. Although I am suspecting that if she loses this election, which I think is probably going to be the case, she'll lose her seat in Edinburgh South. I've got a feeling that it will be a case of the 2026 Holyrood election, she'll find herself on quite a high position on one of the regional lists. At the minute, I made some predictions. I made some predictions earlier on about what the results, what I thought the results were going to be. It looks like I've got quite a few of them wrong. To be perfectly frank, I'll read out what some of these were. Some of them I got, some of them I think I've got right, but others, no, I've completely missed the mark on. Oh well, I guess I will never be a uh, what the hell is it? I'm really tired. It's coming up 1:45 in the morning, and I'm pulling an all nighter. What the hell is it you call somebody who analyzes the polls like John Curtis? But I'm never going to be the replacement for Professor John Curtis. So, my predictions were Reform to finish with less than 10 seats, possibly just 6, which would leave them as the 6th largest party at Westminster, behind the DUP. Now, again, they are predicted at the minute to finish with 13. So hopefully I get this one right and they finish with 9. So at least I'll be half right that, they finish with less than 10 seats. I said the SNP to finish with about 20 seats. Exit polls suggest it's only going to be 10, but we'll wait and see. Alba to be wiped out. That looks like it is going to happen. Jeremy Corbyn to be the only independent elected. That looks like that's going to be the case. The Greens and Plaid to finish with 3 seats each. Appears I was slightly off on that one. The Greens are currently predicted to secure 2. Plaid are currently polling to finish with 4. I predicted for the Tories to finish with less than 100 seats. They are currently polling to finish with 131. So we shall wait and see on that one. George Galloway to be the only returned MP from the Pay Attention to Me, I'm George Galloway party. That's another one which is touch and go. We shall wait and see what happens when Rochdale's declared. Rishi Sunak and Jeremy Hunt to simultaneously become the first incumbent Prime Minister and Chancellor to be voted out as MPs. Well, it's looking like Jeremy Hunt is losing his seat to the Liberal Democrats. We'll know when that declaration comes in. Although Rishi Sunak did think it was a possibility that he would lose his seat in Richmond, it's now looking likely that he's probably held on to it. Ian Duncan Smith to retain in Chingford due to opposition being split by Labour's NEC candidate and Faiza Shaheen. This is one that I still think I'm probably going to be correct on. Labour to have lost large chunks of their Muslim and migrant community vote to the Greens, Plaid, the SNP and Independents due to both their response to Gaza and their poorly thought out attacks on people from Bangladesh. This is one that we probably will not find out about tonight. This will be a case of probably in the course of the week as the breakdown of the votes is analysed. Reform to finish with around 15% of the vote nationally. I don't know what it is they're currently predicted to finish with, but again, I'm hoping it's going to be somewhere in the region of about 15%. I'll take a 2% swing in either direction, maybe 3%. Labour to take less than 40% of the national vote. That looks like that's going to come true. Rishi Sunak to resign immediately on Friday, even if he retains his seat. One of the surviving cabinet members to take over in the Commons until a new Tory leader is appointed. That one I'm expecting to come true. I'm expecting the Tories to push for the return of Boris Johnson at the first possible by-election and possibly even form a pact in Houses of Parliament with Nigel Farage. So again, that's one we won't know tonight, but we will know that probably in the coming weeks. This one I think I've got correct, which is the Liberal Democrats to take around 60 seats and retain the majority of their deposits, and Reform to lose most of their deposits in Scotland. I am now starting to come to the belief that Reform probably are only going to lose maybe about 10, maybe 15 deposits in Scotland. I think over most of the country, they will have secured at least 5% of the vote. Probably in some cases, it will be as high as 15, maybe just under 20%. So we've had a couple more results come in. Stroud has gone to the Labour Party. Raleigh in Wickford has been held by the Conservatives, and the Labour Party have gained Nuneaton. Nuneaton was held by Marcus Jones of the Conservative Party, so that one has gone to Labour. Given the that might be the word I was looking for, Dingle. Physiologist might actually be the word, but again, I'm not the next Professor John Curtis. I'm trying to think if I count how many predictions I made, how many I've got right or being close to it. So let's see, Alba, Corbyn, Greens, and Plaid. I'll count that because they have finished with 6 seats between them from the looks of it. Galloway, if he's returned, that's a maybe. So at the minute, that's 4. I think IDS is going to be in. That'll be 5. The Labour one about the Muslim vote, we don't know. We need to wait and see about Reform. Actually, I think I might have got more than a few of these correct. I think definitely Labour taking less than 40% of the vote. I think we won't know, obviously, for a couple of weeks about the push to get Boris Johnson back in. We won't know about how much of the Muslim vote Labour has lost until maybe about a week's time. So I think with the exception of, let's see, Reform to finish with less than 10 seats, SNP to finish with about 20, and the Tories to finish with less than 100, and Sunak to be ousted, to be the first incumbent prime minister to be ousted. Of the ones that will be determined tonight, I think so far I've only got 4 for definite wrong. So that's actually not too bad. In fact, I'm doing better than some of the professionals. Full recount happening in Basildon, contested by the Conservative Party chairman Richard Holden. That's going to be a big one if that one falls. Yeah, Raleigh and Wickford hold. That keeps Mark Francois in Parliament, unfortunately. So Raleigh and Wickford, otherwise known as Mark Francois, I've often referred to because of his delusions of grandeur over the fact that he's been involved in the Territorial Army. I tend to refer to him as the MP for Gammon and Walter Mitty. I mean, that man is a deluded fantasist. But the fact that he genuinely thinks that as a member of the Territorial Army that he can talk down to generals in the British Armed Forces, some of our top generals, when he is dealing with them in select committees. The sheer arrogance of this man, and the fact that I remember there was one where he said that, well, if you don't get it taken care of, Dom, as in Dominic Cummings, will sort you out, which is absolutely pathetic. But the fact that Mark Francois is being returned, what a colossal fucking joke that is. When it comes to, I'll be honest, when it comes to this election, I can honestly see Starmer blowing it in 5 years' time. I think there's potentially going to be gains, at least a heavily reduced majority from Labour. The honeymoon period will not last that long if Starmer is not able to produce any significant change to benefit working people in this country, and I don't think he is thoroughly committed to do so, to be perfectly blunt. I mean, the fact that he is still staunchly anti-trade union, he's not going to be reversing any of the anti-union policies of the various Tory governments over the past few decades since Thatcher. I mean, Labour didn't reverse any of Thatcher's anti-Tory legislation in the 13 years that they were in government under Blair and Brown. So I don't expect Starmer to do anything about it. Darlington has been gained from the Tories. So again, this is it's looking like a good night for the Labour Party. Probably not as good as the opinion polls suggested it would be for them. Again, there was talks about how this was going to be the biggest landslide potentially since 1835, maybe even bigger than that one. And that's just not been the case. It's not happening for them at all. They are going to finish with as close to, maybe even slightly better than Blair's landslide in 1997, but it's nowhere near the 200 to 300 seat majority that the opinion polls were predicting they would have. Whether or not anything more comes of it, we just don't know. We also have the fact that there's going to be a lot of pushback from the against the Labour Party with regard to their handling of the genocide in Gaza. The fact that the Labour Party is not committing to ending the arms sales to Israel, even though the Israeli state is committing mass genocide. It's collective punishment against the people in Gaza and people in the West Bank who weren't even involved in the attack in October. Hamas does not operate in the West Bank, but yet their civilians are still being killed in this conflict. And again, it's utterly appalling. It's why there's been multiple resignations from the Labour Party. I think there's probably still going to be resignations from the Labour Party. There was actually a candidate in the constituency next to the one I'm in. I'm in the Glenrothes constituency. Now, you know, it's about 50,000 people up here in this constituency. So, by all means, try and find me if you can, but if you're that desperate. But the thing is, the neighbouring constituency to mine is Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath. That's the former constituency of Gordon Brown. At the last election, it went to Neil Hanvey. Now, Neil Hanvey was initially an SNP candidate. He shared some stuff on social media that contained an anti-Semitic cartoon. That was investigated. He said it was inadvertent. They believed him. He apologized. He won as an independent, even though the SNP had outright said to their members, go and campaign for somebody in a neighbouring constituency. They were not supporting him. This wasn't like how Reform has Reform. They've been trying to distance themselves from some of their more poisonous candidates. People like David Lilly, who said that we should shoot people in the English Channel. That kind of thing, where it's been a token separation, if you will, where they've said that, oh no, Nigel Farage said, look, Reform are not supporting this candidate, but we still encourage our members to go and vote for him. The SNP didn't do that. They actually encouraged their members to campaign in different constituencies, and when it came to the general election, they actually said to go and vote for another candidate. That they didn't want Neil Hanvey elected for the SNP. Hanvey was still elected. He was readmitted to the SNP as the MP for Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath. He became an absolute liability for the party for a couple of reasons. One, he was an anti-vaxxer loon, and also that, again, this was during the height of the pandemic, and also he got into a bit of a stooshy with another member of the SNP, Kirsty Blackford. Kirsty Blackford was being threatened with legal action by God, I'm trying to remember who it was. It was a blogger who had actually made some horrendously anti-Semitic posts. I'm going to have to search my history for this. So let me see if I can find it. Kirsty Blackford. I'm not finding it for Kirsty Blackford. Am I misremembering her name? Or is it Kirsty Blackman by any chance? That's the trouble with all these MPs. The fact that there's so many of them. It's a nightmare trying to remember all their names. Let's have a look. Neil Hanvey. Let's see if I can find it based on him. Oh, here we go. Yeah, so here we are. It's Sarah Phillimore was the blogger in question. Joanna Cherry and Neil Hanvey had both been removed from their front bench positions from the SNP, and they were claiming that they were victims of censorship because it turned out that the main reason that they had been ostracized was because they had been promoting Sarah Phillimore on Twitter. Sarah Phillimore compared Jewish people to dogs. She threatened to burn down a synagogue. She suggested the Jews lacked common sense to flee from Nazi Germany. And she compared trans people to the perpetrators of the Holocaust. They not only promoted her, in Neil Hanvey's case, he donated to her crowdfunder to sue his parliamentary colleague, which was Kirsty Blackman. Sorry, I was misremembering her last name. Not Kirsty Blackford, Kirsty Blackman. And it was in his name. It was very clearly Neil Hanvey who had donated to her, and he left a message on her crowdfunding page saying, "Speak clear and stay strong." And it was known that it was him because the profile on crowdfunder.co.uk with his name on it linked directly to his personal account, where he had on the page that he was the MP for Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath, as well as a crowdfunding campaign he'd previously set up for the 2019 general election. But like I said, Neil Hanvey was gone. Labour decided to put up in the Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath constituency another handpicked candidate. Now, in this case, the handpicked candidate might be justified, just parachuting somebody in, although they picked somebody who had absolutely no connection to the local community. The person they picked, well, the reason, first of all, they had to put a handpicked candidate in from the NEC was because they were required to get rid and suspend of their candidate Wilma Brown, who she had been initially selected to stand in Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath, but she posted some quite racist comments on social media, including attempting to link the former First Minister Hamza Yusuf to Hamas. So the person they picked was a candidate who was parachuted in from London, a woman called Melanie Ward. I've had some experience with her because it's not the first time she's tried to get into Parliament, including in a local constituency here. This is the fourth constituency she's attempted to get into by my account. Previously, she had been parachuted in to the Glenrothes constituency in 2015. This was after she was controversially placed on a shortlist against the wishes of the CLP. The Glenrothes CLP had already selected their candidate for the 2015 election. The Labour Party came back and said, "Nope, got to be an all-women shortlist. Here's the three candidates you're allowed to pick from." And she was one of the three. It pissed off quite a few people in the local CLP, the fact that they were told that they weren't allowed to have their candidate. They had to have this candidate who was imposed on them from London, who knew nothing about the local area. Her campaign was fucking terrible in 2015, just to put it bluntly. I mean, she campaigned on issues devolved to the Scottish Parliament that she would have nothing to do with as a Westminster MP. So one of her big slogans was an NHS fit for Fife. The low point of that campaign, there was a rundown health centre in the constituency, which she stood in front of with this big placard that said an NHS fit for Fife and posed in front of. The idea was to suggest that, well, look at how run down our facilities are. The problem is that health centre she stood in front of was a condemned building. Nobody was in it. Nobody had actually been in it for about a year. If they had actually taken the camera and pointed it to the left of where she was standing, they would have seen the brand new health centre that had been built and already up and running to replace that one. There was other stuff she got in hot water with in the local constituency too. I mean, there was a paper mill that was due to shut down, and she was quite dismissive about the job losses in the area. She didn't know where any of the local landmarks were. She campaigned in a food bank on one of the days when it was shut to the public. Again, it was quite an awful campaign. She had previously tried to get selected in Inverclyde in 2011. They turned her down there. And she had also tried to get selected before she wound up being parachuted into Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath. She actually tried to get selected for a London constituency. But again, she didn't make it through the selection process. So there's been a bit of an issue with her, though, because She is the chief executive of the charity Medical Aid for Palestinians. And to put it bluntly, workers and volunteers at Medical Aid for Palestinians have called for her resignation because she's standing as a member of the Labour Party. Um, they sent a letter to the board MAP where this was in the 5th of June, where they expressed concern over the fact that she was standing for Labour, and they sought her immediate resignation. In the letter, they raised the issue of Keir Starmer's initial support for Israel's war crimes by shutting off water and power to Gaza, and blockading of food and medical supplies. And they also brought up the repeated refusals by the Labour leadership to call for a permanent ceasefire. So the fact that, again, the members of the organisation she's the chief executive of call for a resignation is not a good sign. And I'm not looking forward to people like that being representatives of the Labour Party and probably holding junior ministerial positions as well, given that this is somebody that Labour has pushed for years to try and get into Parliament. Okay, so we've got a few more results coming in. So Darlington, Labour have gained that from the Tories. Basildon is a margin of 20 votes. That's an interesting one. So that will probably be an automatic recount. Labour hold Barnsley North, Leeds West and Pudsey. Labour have held, which is Rachel Reeves' seat. Oh, great. Rachel Reeves of Blood. Telford, Labour have gained that from the Conservatives. Correct me if I'm wrong. Was Lucy What's-her-face standing in that seat? The one who fabricated a death threat from a constituent. I'm going to have to look her up now. I can't remember her last name. Telford. Lucy Allen. That's it. Did she stand this time? Telford constituency. And no, she did not. It was Hannah Campbell for the Conservative and Unionists. So I would have loved to have seen her actually lose her seat in that one, but unfortunately robbed of that pleasure, I'm afraid. Eastleigh, Liberal Democrat gain from the Conservatives. Bridgend, Labour from the Conservatives. Eastleigh has swung to Liberal Democrats previously in by-elections, if I remember correctly, as well. So not a surprise that has gone to them. Conservatives have held Castle Point, Blackpool South. Labour have gained that from the Tories. Swindon North is a gain from Labour for Labour from the Tories. So interesting results coming in so far at the minute. Of the 23 seats declared, Labour have got 19, the Tories have got 2, and the Liberal Democrats have got 2. So again, the opinion polls unfortunately are looking right so far, but then again, we're only 23 seats in, 650 seats to declare. 23 out of 650 to declare. There's a long way to go, quite frankly. Very, very good chance that we probably are going to see some variation on what the opinion polls predict. They're not 100% accurate, but they are accurate enough that they do pretty much predict almost correctly what the majority is going to be. I'm still hoping that they're wrong with reform. I'm hoping that this is only going to be a case of about 7 or 8 seats when it comes to them, not 13. Farage, unfortunately, is going to be an MP. Lee Anderson, thankfully, is not. that's something I'm looking forward to at the very least. At least he knows how to make meals for 30p, so he'll survive. We've got a declaration coming in for Lee and Atherton. So let's see how this one's going. Lee and Atherton Northwest, well, Lee and Atherton constituency, which is in the northwest of England. English Democrats, 376 votes. Not a surprise there. They're a fringe minor racist party. Greens only 1653, so I think that's them lost their deposit. Labour, it's just been announced Labour have held Battersea. So good. Dogs Home. It's probably not even where the Dogs Home is based, but you can imagine the Battersea Dogs Home casting their votes for the Labour Party. Labour have gained Lee and Atherton from the Conservatives. The Tories finished in third. That's a shocker. Wound up with the winner was Joe Platt of Labour with 19,971. Second place, George Woodward of Reform with 11,090. And Michael Winstanley of the Tories with 6,483. So this gives me some hope that perhaps the opinion polls have maybe conflated the fact that Reform are likely to finish in second place in a lot of constituencies with their national support to the point where, they're going to finish second in a lot of places, but that probably is second in a lot of places, but that probably is not going to translate into 13 seats. But we shall wait and see. I can always hold out hope. Witness in Halewood has been held by Labour. Barnsley South held by Labour. Yep. Labour have gained Colchester from the Conservatives as well. I really wish I'd made a list of the worst of the Tory MPs and where they're all based from, and done a bit of a bingo card, put together a bingo card or something, just so we can mark off. Okay, well, Chingford Wood Green, Ian Duncan Smith. Yep, he's gone. Or, East Sussex, I think it is, that Jacob Rees-Mogg's from. Oh, he's gone. Great, mark him off the bingo card. But again, unfortunately, these are, in any case, Ian Duncan Smith and Jacob Rees-Mogg, I unfortunately expect are going to be returned as MPs. In Jacob Rees-Mogg's case, just because of the area he's in, is staunchly Tory, and in Ian Duncan Smith's case, it will be because the opposition has been split. Oh, thankfully, the haunted pencil is not from East Sussex. What constituency is he from? Let's see. Jacob Rees-Mogg constituency. Somerset. That was it. I knew it had an S in it. Northeast Somerset. But yeah, the amount of Tory MPs and who are from plantations or inherited money from the slave trade, like Jacob Rees-Mogg, the it it's those people that really you want to tax until the pips squeak. But again, the Labour Party is not putting forward any kind of worthwhile tax policy, so I'm not expecting anything really to improve in the next 5 years. I mean, I don't get how you can promise improvement to public service and not increase taxes. I mean, it just seems completely unworkable, quite frankly. Vale of Glamorgan, yep, can confirm that has been a gain from the Tories to Labour. Broxburn has been held by the Conservatives. Labour have held Reading Central. Jeremy Hunt and Grant Shapps are both predicted to lose their seats. So Grant Shapps, I suppose, can go back to selling get-rich-quick schemes on the internet with, various fake IDs. Again, to think that these are the kind of people that get put into government. I mean, Grant Shapps is almost like the political equivalent of Brett Keane in that regard, the fact that he scams people with various IDs. All the various cryptocurrency scammers that have been duping their audience, like Boogie2988. Although I suppose he does that with his real name. I'll be curious to see as well what the turnout is going to be in this election. So we got another couple of results. Cannock Chase has gone from Tory to Labour. Labour have gained Bridgend from the Conservatives. Labour have held Reading Central and Norwich South, and they have held Runcorn and Helsby. So 35 out of 650 seats declared. At the minute, it's 31 seats Labour, 3 seats for the Tories, 2 seats for the Lib Dems. So at the minute, it's Labour are plus 14, the Liberal Democrats are plus 2, the Tories are minus 16. Hartlepool set to declare. Yep, Redcar has gone to the Tories. Sorry, has gone from the Tories, I should say, to Labour. Whitehaven and Workington has gone from the Tories to Labour as well. So Hartlepool looks like it's gone to Labour. Holy shit! We have first shocker of the night. Lee Anderson was expected to lose Ashfield, and he's held on. So 30p Lennox will be back in Parliament. That's a shocker. That is a shocker. What the heck? What was the share of the vote in that one? Jesus Christ. 30p Lennox finished with a majority of 5,509 votes over Ria Keane of Labour. Holy crap. I mean, again, the exit polls suggested that this was going to be a case of, Lee Anderson would be out of Parliament, and he's back in. We might be in for a few more shockers tonight then. I'm absolutely stunned. I'm appalled, quite frankly. Um, Ashfield. I remember when Lee Anderson defected to Reform, they had interviews in the street, and people in Ashfield said they didn't want to be known as um, the constituency of racists. Well, sorry, you've now just re-elected Lee Anderson. Labour hold Norwich South. Yeah, who cares though? It's so yeah, Labour hold Norwich South. Labour have held Hartlepool. Again, I'm stunned into silence. Unfortunately, we are going to hear from that smug bastard for quite a while. He will be gloating quite a lot over this. Maybe deservedly. Again, prediction was he was going to lose. I think he would probably have lost if Farage not stepped in. Farage was the big turning point when it came to Reform's electoral chances. They were expecting not to win a single seat until Nigel Farage declared that he would, in fact, be standing at the general election. And then all of a sudden, they got a lot more press coverage. They got a lot more attention. They started to get a bunch of donations into the party. But I'll be damned. Reform holding on to Ashfield. And yeah, the Tories being beaten into fourth place by Labour and the Ashfield Independents. It's looking like Labour and the Ashfield Independents probably split the vote when it came to the opposition. I don't know if that's maybe a system. I don't know if the Ashfield Independents would have all gone to Labour. You can never tell. But again, it's first real shocker of the night. Conservatives hold Broxburn. Yep. So I'm looking forward to a lot of the memes that are going to appear on social media about the fact that 30p Lee is still in Parliament. Good grief. I thought that was bottom of the barrel. The chances are we're probably going to see somebody worse selected for Reform at some point this evening. But holy crap. Yeah, Broxburn, a favourite haunt of the FWA back in the good and bad British wrestling days. Yeah, there was a lot of bad British wrestling back in the days of the FWA. In fact, FWA was also responsible for some of that bad British wrestling, given that Alex Shane was a glorified spot monkey. A lot of good too. Don't get me wrong, the FWA had some good stuff too. Doug Williams was always phenomenal to watch. But man, I've got a lot of mixed feelings about those days of British wrestling, particularly with FWA and 1PW, and some of the ways they scammed some of the fans. Oh, cool! That's a story I'd like to hear at some point, Liam. You end up working with Doug Williams. I have. I can personally say I've refereed matches for the likes of Lionheart, rest in peace. I have refereed matches for Drew McDonald. So, I've got my own stories about, working with certain people in the independent wrestling scene. Obviously not as a wrestler, but as a ring announcer or as a referee. So so we got a few more declarations. Putney has been held by Labour, Bootle has been held by Labour, and Tynemouth has been held by Labour. So again, it's all pretty much consistent with the exit polls at the minute. Although the real shocker still has been 30p Lee retaining his seat in Ashfield. You didn't get Chaos Theory. It was in an office capacity. Yeah, Doug Williams is a guy. Unfortunately, I think he was born a few years too soon. I mean, I think if he'd been in his prime now, he'd be a major star for one of the American companies. TNA misused him. They they shoved him at one point shoved him down into Ohio Valley Wrestling as a trainer. Uh, what a waste of his talent that was. But yeah, if Doug Williams was in his prime today, I mean, he could be a star for AEW. I would love to see him and Brian Danielson hooking up, or one on one, or him at Forbidden Door against Zack Sabre Jr. I think that would be one of the dream matches. But unfortunately, he was born a bit too soon. His career was in kind of like a mixed period of British wrestling where there wasn't a lot of great stuff. It wasn't as thriving a scene, and the only American scenes that would really touch him at one point were Ring of Honor and then Dragon Gate USA. By the time he got to TNA, he was too old to be a single star. He wound up brief period as the X Division champion, and then obviously, I think probably his best work in that company was when he was teamed up with Nick Aldis for the British Invasion. But man, what a waste of his talent that was. Must admit, I enjoyed some of his work in the indie scene, though. Even there was a show in Dundee I attended. One of the matches on the card was Joe Hendry against Doug Williams, and Doug Williams put over Joe Hendry, and it was actually a really great technical match between the two of them. I wish I'd actually filmed it. A few more declarations. Let's see. Tynemouth, held by Labour. Middlesbrough and Thornaby East, held by Labour. Swansea West, held by Labour. So again, it's Labour at 39 seats, Tories at 3, Lib Dems 2, Reform 1. We've had no declarations yet from Scotland. So, well... Oh, no, sorry, we had... we've had no declarations yet from Scotland, I don't think. So, nothing for the SNP, none of Labour's seats. I'm pretty sure we had nothing from Scotland, but never know. Labour landslide predicted. Yeah, I know that. What is it? UK results. Here we go. Scotland results. Yeah, none of the 57 seats in Scotland have been declared yet. So. Labour have won Ken Clark's old seat of Rushcliffe. That's a big one. I mean, that's the kind of seat the Tories would have been expecting to hold on to. They want Earwash as well. Now that one, I thought that one possibly could go to the Tories, namely because the Reform candidate pulled out of Earwash. I say pulled out. He quit the Reform candidate for Earwash quit the party over the outrageous racism that was involved in Reform, and they encouraged everybody who was supporting Reform to vote for the Conservative candidate. So I thought that one might swing it to the Tories, but no, that has now gone to Labour. So the Speaker has held on to Chorley. I don't think anyone really opposed him, so that one's not a surprise. Sefton Central has gone to Labour. Well, they've held on to that one. Yeah, the Speaker's one I don't think counts as the other parties. In fact, I think it'll be counted as a Labour seat. Starmer's arrived at Holborn Court, so probably due for his count soon, or at least he's going to make a speech of some kind. Again, I'm not looking forward to this or the next 5 years of Keir Starmer's administration. It's quite frankly absolutely sickening that this is going to be our next prime minister. We're going to have to put up with all of this. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm happy to see the back of the Blue Tories, but I think there's probably going to be a bounce back in the next 5 years. This is not the absolute crushing that they deserved. Quite frankly, if they had finished with 60 seats, I would be absolutely jubilant. I mean, I'm very, very pleased that this is their biggest loss in history. I would have much preferred it to be the 60 seats that they were polled to finish with by some of the polling companies, but unfortunately, doesn't look like it's going to be the case. I think they probably are going to finish with over 100, maybe not 131, possibly somewhere in the region of about 120, 125. But you would have hoped to see them down to double digits. You would have hoped to see quite a few just absolutely wiped out. But then it appears that Keir Starmer has not managed to get the swing that he needed in some of these constituencies. It's been a case of that certain constituencies have lent him their vote as an anti-Tory protest. I don't think it's a case of people have genuinely believed in what he's set out for the Labour Party. And we shall see how things play out over the next 5 years. Leighton and Wanstead has been held by the Labour Party. Rochdale. So, let's see what Rochdale's returning. Galloway's got 11,000 votes. Let's see if anybody's going to top that. Although his party seems confident. Reform took 6,000. 2,000 for the Lib Dems. 1,200 for the Greens. Galloway's out. Labour has won in Rochdale with 13,000 votes. So that's Galloway gone. Labour have gained Wrexham from the Conservatives. They've held Pontypridd, but yeah, Labour have gained Rochdale from George Galloway. Look, I said it earlier, George Galloway, very, very effective by-election campaigner, but when it comes to the general elections, that's when he stumbles. I presume he's going to claim the ballot was rigged. I presume he's going to claim that he's protesting it. I presume he's going to make some kind of statement about how the local party was out to get him. But again, he's out. He's gone. Good riddance. Neil Kinnock having a whale of a time at the BBC. Yeah, I can believe it. Here's the thing with George Galloway, right? George Galloway had that interview with Aaron Bastani at Novara Media. And Aaron Bastani put up an article on the Novara Media website where he said that I would have voted for George Galloway until he came out as a homophobe. Now, I wasn't shocked by it. I really wasn't. I mean, he had been, frankly, look, he had been a known homophobe for a number of years at that point. I mean, when was it he made this post? It was about the radio program The Archers. I'm gonna see if I can find it, but it's he made a series of comments about the radio drama The Archers. Oh, here we go. Now, when he was elected in March, I called it and I said Galloway would be disgracing politics again with his presence, and I had mentioned that he was a known homophobe. Now, again, he gave the interview to Aaron Bastani at Novara Media. And it was during that interview, George Galloway was questioned about what things he objected to his children learning at school. And he started with things like, talking about multiple genders, and then he spun off into a tirade about how he didn't want his kids to learn that gay relationships were normal in any way, and that the normal relationship is a mum, a dad, and kids. Now, he tried to claim afterwards that he was taken out of context, but he wasn't. I mean, he started off saying he didn't want his kids to learn about multiple genders, and then he went off into a tirade about not wanting his kids to learn that gay relationships were normal. And when he went off on that, though, he at the time I got it in my head. It sounded very, very similar to the Ultimate Warrior when we used to go on the college speaking circuit when he was in his political days, and he would say things like "queering doesn't make the world go round." Galloway had tried to spin the critiques of his position, saying that people are taking this clip. Oh, the clip has been edited. People are taking it out of context, which was bullshit. Wasn't true. But the thing is, Aaron Bastani had done this piece saying, "Oh, I would have voted for George Galloway, but then he said gay people aren't normal." The problem is, in 2020, it was 2021. He posted about how the existence of gay people in the radio drama The Archers was woke nonsense. Now that gay couple that are in that radio drama, I don't even listen to the fucking Archers, but I know of their existence. They've been in it for quite a long time because their existence pisses off the Daily Mail and its readers. I mean, they made history. I remember watching Have I Got News for You, and they played the clip of um, they played a clip of the actual audio from the Archers program where they had the first gay kiss, which was broadcast on British radio. Um, and there was a few other things as well. I mean, they had the first civil partnership. I think when the equal marriage laws were passed in England and Wales, they had the first actual gay wedding as well. So they've been in the program since 2003. And he George Galloway posted this about the show. He said, "When did the Archers go woke? I listened this morning hoping for some agricultural tips, only to find the storylines a festival of wokery. Gay couples, a bisexual not in need of their counsel, an anti-plastics campaign topped up with a bout of alcoholism. Is nothing sacred." I mean, when the fuck was the last time he listened to the Archers? 1985. I mean, if he's looking for agriculture tips in that show. Oh, yep. Kilmarnock and Loudoun gone from Labour to the SNP. Sorry, from the SNP to Labour, I should say. So that is the first loss of the SNP tonight. Uh, it was Navarra granting that interview that made me stop watching them, or rather, it was when they used a clip of Galloway's homophobia to promote it. Um, at that point, I've had issues with Navarra for a long, long time. I I think they do fail on some accounts when it comes to journalism, but my thought was immediately when they put up that clip of George Galloway spouting off homophobia. The fact that Aaron Bastani, who is supposed to be a journalist, was caught off guard by this, and I'm just some asshole on the internet, and I've known about this since 2021. I had known about this 3 years before Aaron Bastani did, and yet again, Bastani put up this piece saying, "Oh, I would have voted for George Galloway." There's other reasons as well not to vote for George Galloway. I mean, George Galloway has a horrendous track record when it comes to the treatment of women. Look at the things he used to make his parliamentary secretary do, which he lost in court over. Ed Davies held Kingston and Surbiton. That's not really a surprise. Lib Dem leader. Islington South and Finsbury has been held by Labour. It's not the Islington we really want to see, though. That's Islington North. That's going to be quite an interesting race. That's expected to be quite a tough, tight race between Labour and Jeremy Corbyn. Huntingdon has stayed with the Tories, so again, well, look, Dingle, I'm not surprised Navarra gave an interview to George Galloway. I mean, Navarra will interview some pretty odious and controversial figures. Interviews of all people. I mean, yeah, there's a guy who really needs a fucking platform and a left wing outlet. Labour have gained Tipton from the Tories. Yeah, there was a boundary change. Uh, there's been a few boundary changes, which in some cases is going to play into the advantage of Labour. However, in some cases, it is going to benefit the Tories. I don't think any of the boundary changes are going to help reform. I don't think they're going to help the SNP. Um, I say that, but there is one seat in there's one seat that's being contested in Scotland where I'm thinking the boundary change may impact it, and that is possibly the one Douglas Ross is contesting. Uh, Douglas Ross caused a bit of a stooshy as well. He's resigning as the leader of he's announced his resignation as the leader of the Scottish Tories last month. Um, he had two scandals in quick succession, which made his position pretty untenable. The first was it appeared he actually had ousted one of his colleagues from his seat. David Duguid was in hospital. He'd been undergoing treatment for a spinal infection. Um, and the Tories put out a statement that he was too sick to contest the seat, where David Duguid has said, well, actually, no, I can still get around in a wheelchair, so I can still go out and campaign. Um, Douglas Ross's seat had been abolished under the boundary changes. Part of his constituency was absorbed into the seat that it was the Moray constituency that Douglas Ross represented. That got divided into multiple seats. One of them was David Duguid's Aberdeenshire North constituency. That became Aberdeenshire North and Moray East. And they put Douglas Ross in that seat without any consultation at all with the local Conservative group. And again, they appeared to shaft David Duguid. Douglas Ross also happened to be involved in the committee that would have been responsible for putting him in that seat. There was another scandal, though, because the Sunday Mail, which is not related to the Daily Mail, that's the Mail on Sunday, but the Sunday Mail, which is um, it's the sister paper to the Daily Record up here in Scotland. They had reported Douglas Ross had been potentially fiddling his expenses. He'd been putting in claims for parking for travel for issues not related to his job as an MP. The expenses were all in relation to his part-time job as a football official. So he was in a bit of hot water for that one. See, and yeah, Angela Rayner has been re-elected. Now this one I'm sort of half glad about for the simple reason that I'm not overly keen on Angela Rayner. I've gone off her a fair bit, namely because I thought she was a good voice for the left wing, but as time has gone on, she seems to be towing more of the party line from Keir Starmer. But what I did enjoy was the absolute foaming at the mouth, the fact that she went and campaigned with Muslims from obviously the far right and reform. They were making all sorts of horrific comments. So knowing that she's been re-elected and pissing them off, I mean, that's a good thing, at least. Labour have gained Stevenage from the Conservatives. They've gained Southport. They've held Gower. They've held Torfin. So, in fact, that was the thing as well when the Sun came out at the last minute and supported Keir Starmer. The one bit of enjoyment I got from that was the fact that you got to watch the likes of the noted sex pest Dan Wootton and the human genital wart Kelvin Mackenzie just utterly foaming at the mouth with anger over the fact that the Sun would dare come out in support of Keir Starmer. You love to see that kind of thing. The right wing like that just eating itself. So we got a few more declarations. Labour have gained Stevenage, they've gained Barrow and Furness from the Tories, they've gained Broxtowe, and they've held Easington. Currently on 61 seats, a gain of 25. The Tories down 26. Nigel Farage has arrived at the count in Clacton. Sadly, no sign of milkshakes. What a pity. I actually have a theory, by the way, about why Reform are not doing so well today. Why they're not going to be the official opposition as they claimed they were going to be. I mean, you kept hearing it, all throughout the campaign about how Nigel Farage and Reform were going to be the official campaign to the Labour government, the official opposition to the Labour government. So, couple reasons. I think they've had some serious issues. All of it is probably to do with the ballot paper. One is, you know what the Reform voters are like. They'll have shown up to the ballot box, and they'll have insisted you give them a white pen in order to fill out their ballot paper, because they don't want to taint their ballot paper with a black pen, do they? Or the grey of graphite from a pencil. The other thing as well is I think a lot of Reform's ballot papers will have been spoiled for the simple reason that once they start drawing the X, a lot of them just can't help themselves and they just draw the rest of the swastika. That's my theory anyway. So Labour have gained Broxtowe, they've gained Barrow and Furness. Oh, and insert your jokes here about how they have taken the cunt from Scunthorpe, as Labour have gained it from the Tories. They've gained, Labour have gained Bartonshire West from the SNP. They've held Liverpool Walton. Like I said, this is probably going to be the central belt is going to probably all show up red on the electoral map, maybe with one or two possible exceptions. But we should wait and see. Tories have held Suffolk West. Labour hold Leicester West, and they hold Makerfield. So yes, Liam. They start colouring the paper in. I mean, they put the cross in, and then they have to do again the rest of the swastika. Or if they're feeling super patriotic, they'll have um, some red and blue pens with them and put any, do the rest of a Union Jack. Labour have gained Bishop Auckland from the Tories. They've held Tooting as well. But I actually think speaking of defacing ballot papers, I mean, I think that should have been the way they did the Brexit referendum. I mean, I'm trying to remember, was it that referendum or was it the alternative vote referendum where they didn't count the spoiled ballot papers? Because I remember D. Landon Cole was campaigning for people to spoil ballot papers just to register their vote. And again, it was announced afterwards that they weren't going to count spoiled papers. Might have been the EV referendum, but when it came to the EU referendum, I thought what they should have done was not made it a yes or no question. I thought what they should have done is you went to the polling station and you were given a picture of David Cameron and a picture of Nigel Farage and a black marker pen, and whichever one had the most pictures returned with the fewest number of dicks on it was going to be declared the winner. And also the electoral commission would have to put in rules about whether drawing a scrotum also counts for the ballot paper and what the rules were on doing jizz shooting out the tip of the cock, things like that. Um, that's the kind of thing I think they should have done for the EU referendum. I think that would have definitely increased participation at least. All right, so we got a few more declarations. We have got Labour have gained Bishop Auckland. They have held Newcastle North, and they've held Lewisham East. They gained Bishop Auckland from the Tories, so the Tories are now down 27 seats, only holding 7 of the 34 that they were defending at this point. 78 seats declared out of 650. So again, still a long way to go. It's expected there's going to be about another 340 odd seats to declare for Keir Starmer's Labour Party. There were a lot of conspiracies being thrown around about the Clacton election. Of course, because Nigel Farage, that's where he's standing, because the reason being he's standing there is because it was the one seat that UKIP not only were able to win in a by-election, but also subsequently retain at the following general election when Douglas Carswell was the MP was the MP for that seat. But there was a conspiracy floating around that the Labour candidate had been pulled out and was told to go campaign in Wolverhampton and not come back to the constituency. A lot of people were throwing around this conspiracy that he had been effectively sidelined and Labour had given up the seat to Farage for the simple reason that their candidate in Clacton had shown. I wish I could remember his name. Sorry, I am tired, so I can't remember his name off the top of my head. But he was getting a lot more traction on social media than Keir Starmer was. He was also proving to be a lot more popular. I don't think that was the case. I think it's just been that Labour has pretty much acknowledged that this is one of the seats they're not going to win, or at least they decided as soon as Farage's name was announced that, okay, they're not going to win, so they're not going to bother. This was supposed to... thank you, Liam. Jovan was in Nepal. That was the candidate. But I think this was a case where they expected him to just be a paper candidate and they weren't going to put resources into actually trying to contest that seat. It was a very, very foolish move. I think they actually should have contested the seat, but such is life. They probably had him go over to Wolverhampton because they thought that one is going to be more essential for their goals. But again, unfortunately, I really wish some effort had been put into opposing Nigel Farage. See, oh, nice. This is one I'm glad to see. Labour have regained Bolsover from the Conservatives. Unfortunately, it is not Dennis Skinner, my political hero, my favourite politician. He regularly said there's no such thing as a free lunch. That's why he didn't accept free gifts. He didn't accept free meals in Parliament. I mean, he would just get a cup of tea from the canteen and that would be him. So that's why I'm thinking with Keir Starmer accepting £76,000 in gratuities, what is he going to be asked for in exchange for those? We shall no doubt soon see. When it comes to, again, it was a real shame 2019 when Dennis Skinner was voted out. He was one of the decent MPs in the Labour Party. Let's see, Labour has gained Harlow from the Tories, and the Lib Dems have gained Chelmsford from the Tories. So Tories are now at minus 31 when it comes to their seats. 84 declared. Again, it's not looking like a good night to be a Tory. And I'm all for that. It's just unfortunate that we are getting Tories in red ties. Labour has gained Thurrock from the Tories. Camden, North London, they're making a declaration. The Looney Party candidate got 162 votes. I think they've got Elmo standing as well. Hang on. Yeah, they do have an Elmo standing in Camden. So, what's the result in Camden? Where's Oh, this is Keir Starmer's seat. Labour's gained Folkestone from the Tories. Man, they got a lot of candidates in Starmer's seat. Elmo got 19. Elmo got 19 votes. Lib Dems have gained Torbay. Lib Dems have gained Hazel Grove, both from the Tories. Yeah, that's quite a downturn. The fact that Starmer's majority is down by that much, 17,000 votes. It's a hell of a swing. Tories have heard filed. Yeah, Walthamstow, Holborn, St Pancras, and Smethwick have been held by Labour. The Lib Dems have held Twickenham. They've been held by Labour. The Lib Dems have held Twickenham. Rhondda and Ogmore has gone to Labour. Well, they've held Labour. Coventry North West, held by Labour. Wigan has been held by Labour. Worcester has gone from Tory to Labour. And Lib Dems have gained Carshalton. Carshalton from the Tories. That's one of the things I love about our elections, the fact that you can get people like Elmo, or you can get what was the loony candidate's name, Nick the Flying Brick, or you get people like Count Benface. You know, it's something unique to our elections. I mean, this is the kind of thing you would never see in in an American Senate campaign. It's not the kind of thing you would ever see in the French elections or the German elections or the Spanish elections or the Italian elections. Nothing like that at all. So I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, the Italians have had comedians stand to be candidates, but it's never anything quite as ridiculous as somebody dressing up in an Elmo costume or pretending to be a galactic space overlord or a pub landlord. You know, it is something. It is something to appreciate and hold dear. And yes, Nick the Flying Brick got twice the vote of the UKIP candidate. But then again, UKIP's a fucking dead party. I'm amazed they haven't been wound up like the BNP, where what was it back in 2000 and I want to say 2019, they got wound up. But yeah, the I'm amazed UKIP has not just wound up completely. I do find it funny that UKIP's death. Would you attribute it more to the departure of Nigel Farage or the arrival of Carl Benjamin? I mean, I would attribute it more to the arrival of Carl Benjamin, but that's just me. I mean, they've had Farage depart before, but obviously, um, when he departed and Carl Benjamin arrived, what was all the coverage? Oh yeah, Carl Benjamin, the guy who joked about raping a Labour MP. I mean, when he Victoria Derbyshire, I think, interviewed him once and then said never again because she had a comment submitted by a viewer telling her just how um, disgusting it was, saying that uh, he sounds like my rapist. I mean, where do you go from there? In Carl Benjamin's case, it was getting milkshaked and getting hit in the face with fish. A few more declarations in. Berman saying Old Southwark and Luton South and South Bedfordshire have been held by Labour. The Tories hold Epping Forest. Yeah, Holborn and St Pancras, obviously, Keir Starmer held it, reduced majority. Carshalton and Wallington has gone from Tory to Lib Dem. Tories hold Epping Forest. I'm still incredibly shocked, though, that 30p Leenock got re-elected. I mean, I think I need to move to Ashfield. In fact, no. Carl Benjamin has to move to Ashfield if he ever wants to aspire to political office again. I mean, if you can be as vile and ridiculous and bottom of the barrel as a political candidate as Lee Anderson and get elected in somewhere like Ashfield, Carl Benjamin has a fucking shot. Thank God for Lucasade Energy. Paisley and Renfrewshire South, that has gone from the SNP to Labour. Pretty sure Paisley and Renfrewshire South, that was Mary Black's constituency, although she was standing down at this election. That probably hasn't helped. She was one of the more talented MPs. Um, I am curious if Stephen Flynn is going to retain his seat. And we are now watching Grant Shapps' declaration. It's looking like it's going to Labour. Question is by how much? So we got 19,000 votes for the Labour candidate. Labour's got it. 3,000 majority. So Grant Shapps is gone. That's our first member of the cabinet down. Oh, sorry, he's the second. Sorry, Alex Chalk has also gone. I mean, they describe these as the Michael Portillo moment, because obviously the 1997 Labour landslide, Portillo was one of the big beasts of the Tory party that nobody expected to lose their seat. And it was a big shocker when this happened. But in this case, Grant Shapps and Alex Chalk both gone. I don't think anyone would have predicted that we would see as many members of the cabinet going or in jeopardy as we're seeing at this election. I mean, I think there's only been 12 members of the cabinet lose their seats since I think it's 1979 or 75. It's one of those elections, and we are potentially looking at up to 12 of members of Rishi Sunak's cabinet losing their seats by the end of the night. We're now going to Chingford. Let's see what's going on in Chingford. Ian Duncan Smith's seat. Right, let's see what IDS gets. Right, Ian Duncan Smith, 17,000 votes. Twelve thousand votes for Pfizer Shaheen, so not enough to unseat Ian Duncan Smith. Oh, they did split the vote. 12,000 seats each, 12,000 votes each to both Labour and Pfizer Shaheen. Ian Duncan Smith got 17,000 votes. So if they had united around one candidate, Ian Duncan Smith would have been gone. That's Labour's own fault. I'm sorry, that is entirely on Labour. If they hadn't fucked over Pfizer Shaheen and left her as the candidate, Ian Duncan Smith would have been gone. But hey ho, that's the way it goes. So it looks like I have got that prediction right. The opposition did split between Pfizer Shaheen and Labour, 24,000 votes, roughly 12,000 apiece, to Ian Duncan Smith's 17,000. The Tories have gained Leicester East from Labour. That's a shock. So Grantham and Bourne, the Tories. Lib Dems have gained Sutton and Sheen from the Conservatives. I hate to say I called that one, unfortunately, Chingford. But again, Pfizer Shaheen and the Labour, it was bound to happen, unfortunately. Again, I do not blame Pfizer Shaheen for standing. She had every right to do so. Labour were out of order the way they screwed her out of the candidacy. If they'd kept her on, then she would be representing them for Chingford and Woodford Green. So, well done to Labour's NEC. Labour have gained West Brom from the Conservatives. Labour have also gained Hexham from the Conservatives. Labour have gained East Lothian, Lothian East, I should say, from the SNP. So far, all of the seats on the electoral map that have been declared for Scotland have all turned red for Labour. Again, it's unfortunate what's happened with Ian Duncan Smith's seat. I really, really wish I'd called that one wrong. Labour have held Liverpool Riverside. Still waiting on the results on Clacton on Sea. You can always hope that one day that, we, when Farage is holding a constituency surgery, if he ever holds one, it'll be Clacton under the Sea. Labour hold Ealing Southall. There's a name from the Labour Party in Scotland I'm not looking forward to a return from either. That's Douglas Alexander. The odious little creep from the Labour Party. Guy who was he's a qualified lawyer, but he's never actually worked in that profession. His entire career has been spent as he worked as a speechwriter for Gordon Brown, and then he was a mover and shaker within the Labour Party in Scotland. In fact, he briefed against his own sister, Wendy Alexander, when she was the leader of Scottish Labour. There was a issue of her accepting a dodgy donation that she shouldn't have had from a foreign donor. It was expected she could probably ride it out, but she wound up being briefed against quite badly by none other than Douglas Alexander, who encouraged Gordon Brown to get rid of her. Let's see. Ealing Southall, Labour's held that. Tories hold Norfolk Mid. Labour hold Newport East, which is their 100th seat. It's not even close. Actually, it's now 101. So 101 seats for Labour, 16 for the Tories, 10 for the Lib Dems, 1 for the Greens. We have now had a declaration for the Green Party. Where the hell did they get that seat? It's one of the Bristol ones, surely. Or is that Plaid I'm seeing in green? Yeah, Plaid games. Ysmond. I never know how to pronounce these Welsh towns. Ysmond from the Tories. Who I was seeing in green chart, Plaid Cymru. Labour have held Enfield North, they've held Bolton South and Walkden. They've gained Bracknell from the Tories. I should know how to pronounce those goddamn Welsh towns. I mean, I've been watching Ivor the Engine. Grant Shapps giving a concession speech. I wonder which of his fake names he wrote it under. Yeah, Grant Shapps is talking about his achievements in government. So he wants Labour to spend 2.5% on GDP on defence. Well, there's a good way they can spend on defence and not increase the budget. They could obviously just get rid of the Trident system. It's not like we're ever going to use it. So Labour hold Bolton South and Walkden. Labour hold Bracknell. Labour gain Bracknell from the Tories. Lib Dems hold Richmond Park. The SNP have held Aberdeen North. That's Stephen Flynn's seat. So Stephen Flynn will be returning to Parliament. That's a very, very good thing. Stephen Flynn has been a very effective leader for the SNP. He's been one of the few politicians to actually hold the Tories accountable at Prime Minister's questions. So I greatly appreciate his presence in the chamber. So the SNP will still have some talent at Westminster. Labour have held Newcastle East and Wallsend. and the Tories hold Sleaford and North Hykeham. Excuse me, Labour gained Burton and Uttoxeter from the Conservatives. Labour hold Brent West. Labour have gained Renfrewshire East from the SNP. Again, it's the Central Belt, so Labour have held Cambridge. I'm starting to wonder if the 131 for the Tories has been optimistic. And the Lib Dems have gained Stratford from the Tories. I would find it quite funny if the polls have got it the wrong way round and it's going to be the Lib Dems finishing in second and the Tories in third. That would be brilliant. The Lib Dems gained Stratford on Avon. I'm still going to be curious what the turnout is, not just for the Labour Party, um, what they're going to take percentage of the national vote. I'm curious what the turnout is going to be overall from the country because, again, this is the first general election we've had where people have been required to bring photographic ID. I'm hoping the Labour government does away with that because there was no need for it. We have never had widespread cases of electoral fraud that it would actually be justified. Um, and it would be good at least if the Labour government decided to maybe scrap the requirement to bring ID. So Labour have gained Rugby from the Conservatives. They've held Cambridge. Lib Dems have gained Stratford-on-Avon and Cambridgeshire South from the Tories. And the Portsmouth North Tories are expecting Penny Mordaunt to lose. Yeah, this is one I'm going to wait for until the official count because I remember the last Scottish Parliament election. There was a similar situation with Jackie Baillie in the Bartonshire. Um, she she is the MSP for the constituency that the Trident missile system is based in, and it was expected that she was possibly going to lose because there was a recount called for in her seat. They thought she'd maybe lost by about 20 votes. She actually wound up winning by about 140. So I'll wait and see when it comes to Penny Mordaunt. So the Tories hold South Holland and the Deepings. Oh, this is brilliant. Somebody just posted a quote. I presume Alistair Campbell is on. Oh yeah, he is. He'll be on the Channel 4 broadcast of this because him and Rory Stewart, they co-host that podcast. The rest is politics. I don't listen to it because Rory Stewart is too much of a centrist who leans towards the right, and Alistair Campbell, frankly, should be in the Hague for his role in the Iraq War. But he apparently said to Nadine Dorries, "I don't know what you're talking about, Nadine, and to be honest, I don't think you do either." Pretty much sums it up. Apparently, Carol Vorderman is also pissed as a newt and still making much more sense than Nadine Dorries. Again, I expected it to be an elaborate prank by Channel 4 when they announced that they hired her. That I don't know if she was going to sit in a gun tank or they were going to trick her into eating some of the shit she used to on I'm a Celebrity. But I think they're just getting their revenge by having her shown up to be an absolute moron. Right, let's see. South Ribble, that's a Labour gain from the Tories. Islington North being declared. Jeremy Corbyn's seat. Labour's gained Ipswich from the Tories. Yep. Corbyn's taken 24,000 votes, so it's looking like he is going to be returned as an independent. That's a bit of a black eye for Keir Starmer because obviously he wanted Corbyn out of Parliament as desperately as possible. Labour's gained Bangor, Abercrombie. Labour have gained Gravesham from the Tories. Labour have gained Gravesham, and they hold Durham. Well, Durham City. Yeah, it's 24,000 for Jeremy Corbyn, 16,000 for Labour. He's retained Islington North. Labour have also held Liverpool West Derby, and they have gained East Kilbride from the SNP. So, yeah, good night, Dingle. But again, that was one of the seats that was going to be a major black eye for Jeremy Corbyn, not Jeremy Corbyn, for Keir Starmer, because he had done everything to try and get Corbyn out. And obviously, I suspected if Jeremy Corbyn had ran as an independent, he would get it. I also said the same thing if Diane Abbott was deselected as a candidate as well. I still think she probably should have stood as an independent because of the way she was treated by Labour. But yeah, we got 5 more years of Jeremy Corbyn in Parliament. Now, I'm curious as to see what will happen while he is on the opposition benches, rather than being a thorn in the side of the Labour Party and a thorn in the side of the Conservatives. But we shall wait and see. Yep, Clacton is up. Let's see. 21,000 votes for Farage. He's got it. Oh, we do have another independent. No, an independent has gained Leicester South from the Labour Party. Yeah, so Farage obviously has been returned as the MP. Who was standing in Leicester South? It's either Shoka Adam or it's Osman Admani. Question is which one and why? Now, I know why. I figured out why. The Labour candidate in Leicester South was Jonathan Ashworth, the guy who made those National Front-esque comments about Bangladeshis. So I presume it is one of the local Muslim candidates who has unseated him. Now the question is, which one? Farage giving his victory speech. Don't really need to hear this. Lib Dems have gained St Neots from the Conservatives. Labour have gained Bolton West from the Tories. Yeah, yeah. It's no surprise Farage is in. Uh, it's a fucking shame that he's in. Uh, God damn. Well, they're focusing heavily on Farage's speech on the feed on Sky News. I'll give them that. Haven't cut away for other results. He could probably ramble on for about 2 hours, and they'd probably keep the camera on him. Again, I'm really surprised. I really want to know which independent unseated Jonathan Ashworth, the Shadow Paymaster General, and that one was well deserved. I mean, when you make the kind of comments that he did about how all Bangladeshis are getting put up in hotels and staying there for the rest of their lives, I'm happy that the um, Muslim community at large turned on him, and an independent has unseated him. I am quite pleased to have been wrong about my prediction about Jeremy Corbyn being the only independent. That's Nigel Farage, friend of convicted felon Donald Trump. God have mercy. Right. It would have been funny if he'd lost the seat just purely just to watch all the gammon have a meltdown on Twitter, but apparently not. Um, Although there was so many of them posting things like, "Oh, what would you do if Nigel Farage became prime minister on Friday?" Yeah, it's never gonna fucking happen. It's like Donald Trump winning Mr. Olympia. No way he's winning that is if he buys the competition and disqualifies everybody else. So, two for reform now, 30p Lennox and yeah, look of declarations coming in. Conservatives have held Bedfordshire Mid. Uh, Labour have gained Rother Valley from the Tories. Labour have gained Penrith and Solway from the Conservatives. Yeah, Kemi Badenoch unfortunately has won, so she will be back in Parliament. She's probably one of the front runners to be the next Tory leader as well. That's unfortunate. Let's see. Labour's gained Southend. They've gained Croydon East. Well, they've held Croydon East, I should say. Um, Oliver Dowden, the Deputy Prime Minister, has been returned. Yeah, so there's a few names that have been returned. Oliver Dowd and Kemi Badenoch. If Victoria Atkins is returned, it's very, very possible she could be the next Tory leader. Penny Mordaunt, if she's gone, that would be a bonus. That's a hell of a drop for Oliver Dowden, 20% of the vote. Um, let's see. Labour's gained Paisley and Renfrewshire North from the SNP. They've held Nottingham South, and the Lib Dems have gained Eastbourne from the Tories. Labour has gained Midlothian from the SNP. They've held Birkenhead. They've held Hampstead and Highgate too. They're talking about the postal votes and how there's going to be have to be an inquiry into that. And I actually tend to agree. The fact that the postal voting system was well, a lot of people didn't receive postal votes. There was a quite funny cartoon in the Metro, which again, if it wasn't for the fact that I'm not entirely sure if it was trying to share my screen or if it was disconnecting my headphones that fucked up the audio the first time I tried to do this live stream earlier this evening. I would show it, but I can't. But there was again quite a funny cartoon in the Metro where somebody at the post office was at a post office counter, and the person behind it was saying, "Well, according to the Horizon system, you have received your postal vote." Um, I thought that was brilliant, especially for what's going on. Right. So Leicester South. It was Shocker Adam who has unseated Jonathan Ashworth, and again, that is a well-deserved loss for Labour. Jonathan Ashworth. If you haven't seen it, uh, did an interview with Victoria Derbyshire on Newsnight, where he was focusing heavily on people from Bangladesh as being a massive problem when it came to people coming in and claiming asylum, despite the fact that Bangladesh doesn't come into the top 10 of countries of origin, and it's not even in the top 20 of people who are crossing the channel in small boats. He also gave this horrific line reminiscent of the National Front, where he said that they're getting put up in hotels and staying there for the rest of their lives, including with that kind of an attitude as well. So fuck Jonathan Ashworth. Enjoy the unemployment, you piece of shit. Um, we've got a few more declarations. The SNP have held Aberdeen South. The Tories have held Romsey and Southampton North. Labour have held on to Slough. Labour have also held Bristol South, St Helens North, St Helens South, and Whiston, Stockton North, and Tories have held Louth and Horncastle. Labour have gained Falkirk from the SNP as well. So, again, the biggest shockers of the night so far, I would have to say the re-election of 30p Leenock. That has to be the biggest shocker so far this evening. Unfortunately, again, I hate to say I called it the fact that the opposition vote in Chingford split and allowed Ian Duncan Smith to return as the MP from there. He must be counting his lucky stars. We've got another gain for Reform. They have taken Great Yarmouth from the Conservative Party. Labour have gained Amber Valley from the Tories as well. So that is Reform's third seat of the night. The polls, the exit polls suggest that they will take 13, so another 10 to go. Labour have gained Hampton and Clyde Valley from the SNP, and they've also held Coventry South. They've also gained Lichfield from the Conservatives. So I think Labour's at 144 now. So 343, 144 now. So Labour have also just gained Lichfield from the Tories. And they've held Edmonton and Winchmore Hill. So yeah, okay. So BBC have recalculated Labour 405, so down slightly. What was it? 410. Tories 154, Lib Dems 56, SNP 6, Plaid 4, Reform 4, Greens 2, others 19. Hang on. What was the previous predictions? So right. So you're saying 405. That's 5 less. Tories 131. They're now saying 150, 154. Fucking hell. So they're expecting the Tories to finish with 23 more seats than predicted. They've dropped the Lib Dems by 5, Labour by 5, the SNP by 4, and Reform down by 9. Good grief. Well, others 19. That's wrong immediately from the get-go. I mean, because you've got 18 of those seats in Northern Ireland, and we now have 2 independents. So, I'm not entirely sure. Let's see. We got a few more results in. Labour have held Edmonton and Winchmore Hill, Mitcham and Morden. Lib Dems have gained Cheadle. Labour have gained Hemel Hempstead from the Conservatives. Labour have gained Thanet East from the Conservatives. Thanet South is the one I want to hear. God, I miss the campaign of Farage versus Pub Landlord. Al Murray was absolutely superb when he campaigned against Nigel Farage. That whole thing was brilliantly orchestrated by him. And even if he didn't succeed in even retaining his deposit, it was still masterfully done, and it was a great way to highlight just the absurdity of UKIP at the time. It's also quite funny that he revealed during a talk that he did at his old college, where he revealed that I don't know if you recall the famous moment where when the declaration is made and Craig McKinley of the Tories, who ultimately won the seat, and they announce number of votes that was cast for him, and Al Murray gave a really shocked look at the time. He knew in advance. They're all told. He revealed they're all told in advance before the count is actually declared who's actually won, and how many votes each person has got. The point of the count is purely for the public. They're all informed in private who's won and how many votes they've received. So I did find that quite funny. Craig McKinley, by the way, he got a very, very deserved standing ovation when he returned to Parliament. I mean, he lost both of his arms and his legs to sepsis, and he's returned on prosthetics. And while I've got my differences with the man politically, I think he will be a valuable voice in the campaign to spread awareness of sepsis as a disease. So I will give him full credit for that, and a very, very brave man coming back into public life after losing all 4 limbs the way he did. So never let it be said I can't be polite about a Tory. Let's see, Labour have gained Hemel Hempstead, Thanet East, we already mentioned that, Stoke-on-Trent North. They've gained Carlisle from the Tories. They hold on to Nottingham North and Kimberley. hold on to Warrington North. They've gained High Peak from the Tories. They've hold on to Lewisham North. The Tories have held Aldridge Brown Hills. Labour gained Bury St Edmunds from the Tories. And they've gained Bassetlaw from the Tories as well. And they gained Milton Keynes North from the Tories. They hold Rotherham and gained Southend West from the Tories. I think BBC may want to recalculate their recalculation. If they think it's going to be 405, because I'm starting to think we might see the Tories dropping a bit further down. Again, they were predicted at 131. I'm thinking probably more along the lines of 115, 110, maybe at this point. I think they may be correct when it comes to reform, although maybe I'm leaning more to about 6. Yeah, Labour holding Aberfan sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that one. Wolverhampton South East stays with Labour. The Alliance has gained Lagan Valley from the DUP. So the DUP has lost a seat in Northern Ireland. So it's a pretty big one. Tories have held Meriden and Solihull East. Sinn Féin has held Ulster Mid. I think Sinn Féin is going to hold on to all 7 of their seats, but of course, Sinn Féin doesn't actually take their seats in Parliament, so they are the main reason why it's 326 to win a majority and not 300. Well, it's 326 to win a majority, but realistically, it's 324. It's 323 or 324. It's required. Labour hold Newport West and Islin. Plaid Cymru have gained from the Tories. They've gained Kirfidden. Sorry again if I butchered the pronunciation of that. The Lib Dems have gained Hampshire North East from the Tories. Tories hold Bridgewater. Labour have gained the Isle of Wight. The Isle of Wight West, I should say. They've held Hull East, held Lancashire West. Tories have held Havant. Labour hold Brentford and Isleworth. Yes, Reform are up to 3. I wouldn't be surprised if Boston and Skegness went to Richard Tice. He is possibly going to be the last one for Reform. I don't know who is Reform's third candidate other than 30p Leanock and Nigel Farage. Labour's gained Stafford. Who is Reform's winner? So Farage got it. Lee Anderson got it. Who's the third? Damn, I wish I could find it. Right, Reform win. Rupert Lowe been elected for Great Yarmouth. I wonder, is there any quotes from him we should know about? Is he one that's flown under the radar? Of course, Dan Wooten is cheering him on. Apparently, he was involved in Southampton Football Club. I find plenty from news outlets, but I can't see anything of him saying anything particularly nasty. So that's I'm not going to say it's disappointing, but it's the fact that it's more of a shock that again I'm not finding anything overtly nasty from a reform candidate for once. Let's see a few more declarations. Rossendale and Darwin has gone from Tory to Labour. Lowestoft has gone from Tory to Labour. Staffordshire Moorlands stays with the Tories. The Lib Dems have gained Wokingham from the Tories. Oh yeah, insert your jokes here about how Wokingham has gone Tories. Labour hold Peckham. Labour also hold York Central. So, so far, the results in at the minute, Labour have got 173 seats. Well, 175 now, actually, because they've just gained Rutherglen from the SNP. That's one of the latest declarations. So 175, they're up 75 seats. The Tories are down 89 with just 32. They've just held Fareham and Waterlooville, which is Suella Braverman's seat. Her majority is only 6,079, so it has been cut a bit, but it's not anywhere near enough to have troubled her. Labour have gained Penistone from the Tories. It's unfortunate that Braverman is back in. I mean, she's another one who potentially is going to be the next leader of the Conservative Party, and it's she would drag them to the far right, to where they would be just in a rebranded version of Reform. Labour's gained Pembrokeshire Mid and South from the Tories. Grimsby is being declared now, but Labour's gained Bolton North East from the Tories. They've gained Burnley from the Tories, so it's a lot of the red wall seats are falling. The SNP have held Perth and Kinrossha. The Greens have gained Bristol Central from Labour. Labour have gained Clyde North from the Tories. The Greens in Bristol Central. I mean, that was you're right, Liam. That was a shadow minister that they've just unseated. So Starmer's going to have to appoint 2 new members to the cabinet. So Labour have gained Greater Grimsby from the Tories. Yeah, that's a point's being brought up about what's happening in Scotland. Labour in quite a few of their seats that they have been taking from the SNP. They've been leapfrogging both the Tories and the SNP because the previous election, the Tories finished second in a lot of these seats. Labour has overtaken in Falkirk, which was a 15,000 seat majority. And that was arguably the safest seat for the SNP. So there's going to be a lot of questions asked about the SNP's results in the coming days, I suppose. Labour have gained Great Grimsby and Cleethorpes, and they hold Tottenham. They also hold Hackney South and Shoreditch. So Labour have gained Derbyshire. Oh, fuck me, is my stream crashed? Yeah, David Lammy has been re-elected. Oh no, I was just YouTube trying to insert a mid-roll ad on my fucking Brave browser. Labour's gained Derbyshire South. The Lib Dems have gained Tunbridge Wells. Now, Tunbridge Wells I found quite funny because that was the seat that Ian Dale was planning to stand in until the audio emerged of him talking about how much he hated Tunbridge Wells. So his career in politics ended before it began. Sorry, I'm adjusting myself. The fact that Ian Dale was attempting to become an MP for a town that he openly admitted he despised. And then he tried to walk it back, saying, "Oh, if I hated Tunbridge Wells, then I wouldn't have lived there for 20 years." Well, he said in his podcast that the only reason he stayed in Tunbridge Wells is because of his partner. If it wasn't for his partner, he'd live anywhere else. So Labour's held Dulwich and Norwood. Labour has held Oldham West and Chadderton Royton. Basildon Ballyclay. Oh, geez. 20 seats. 20 votes in that one. 12,905 votes for Richard Holton of the Tories and 12,888 885 votes for Alex Harrison of Labour. That's probably going to be a recount. Oh, fuck me. It's Tice's seat. Labour's gained Motherwell from the SNP. 7,600 for the Labour Party. So the minute Labour's in the lead. 15,520 for Richard Tice. It's Richard Tice. He's in. So he is the fourth one for reform. Labour have held Southgate and Wood Green. There's also a gain from Labour in Ayrshire North. Now, if I recall correctly, that would be the parliamentary constituency where Nicola Sturgeon was originally from, the town of Dreghorn. So, unfortunately, yes, we now have 4 members of Reform, and one of them is Richard Tice. I'll be honest, I have never been impressed with Richard Tice, at least as a politician. I will say that there seemed to be a dramatic shift when Farage took over Reform and sidelined him as the leader. Because when Tice was the leader and the papers would come out with all these stories about members of Reform being involved with the BNP or making disgusting racist remarks, they tended to get booted out fairly quickly. So I'm somewhat surprised that it's a case that Richard Tice, it was happy with just going along with letting these people stay in. Quite. I'm just noticing something from the results for the SNP. They're down 14 seats at the minute. They're at 4, so it could be that 10 is a bit optimistic. But the thing is, as well, their share of the vote out of those 18 seats so far is down just 1%. That's based on the national share of the vote. Previously, they got about 3% overall of the national share. How that translates into votes across the whole of Scotland, that's something I'm going to be interested to see. If they're only down by about 5-6%, given all of what's been going on with the change of the leadership, that might be something they can take solace from and can rebuild on. So we shall see. Let's see. Lib Dems have gained Thornbury and Yate from the Tories. Labour has gained Hertford from the Tories. They've gained Milton Keynes Central from the Tories, and the DUP have held Upper Ban. So it's again, it's looking like the SNP are going to be utterly routed. This is not only going to please unionists, but there is a certain element of the independence movement which has veered off quite heavily into transphobia that's going to be greatly pleased by the result with regard to the SNP. I mean, Stuart Campbell, for example, the blogger who runs Wings Over Scotland, he transitioned after the independence debate heavily into focusing on transphobia, and most of his blog posts now aren't so much about independence, but they are about attacking trans people and the trans rights movement. There was another blog which I was aware of. I was a semi-regular viewer of. It was called I Write Radio. They got into a bit of controversy, which there was a presenter on it towards the end who put me off the show, a guy called Jimmy Hutton, and he caused a lot of controversy and pretty much killed off their YouTube show, because in the last one went live, well, I shouldn't say live. I mean, they pre-recorded it, but the last one they put up on YouTube, they wound up taking it down, and it's never seen the light of day again. But Jimmy Hutton made comments about picking off police officers with a rifle as they crossed the border from England into Scotland. Now, that was too much for me. I was not a fan of Jimmy Hutton's views on the program at all. I mean, I thought it was much better when it was the original three hosts, which were Phil Attridge, Norrie Stewart, and Stuart Lockhead. And there was who was the fourth host? He was a member of the SNP. He was quite a well-spoken man, very gravelly voice, bit of a curmudgeon. God, his name escapes me, unfortunately, probably due to the lack of sleep. But when unfortunately, he passed away. He was pre Jimmy Hutton, and of course, Norrie Stewart eventually passed away as well. I think the only one I know of that is still alive and active on social media is Stuart Lockhead, and Stuart Lockhead, unfortunately, has leaned into the anti-trans movement as well. So there's a lot of this going on. A lot of people who just want to see the SNP wiped out purely because of the support of trans rights, which I don't fucking get it. And there's people who also think, oh, the SNP has betrayed the independence movement somehow, which no, they just look. Westminster is not going to honour a second referendum. It's that simple. And unfortunately, it's something that if we want, we have to ask them for. It's the way that the UK is unfortunately set up. We don't get to just we don't have an arrangement like Northern Ireland does, where Northern Ireland, under the Good Friday Agreement, can hold a referendum on reunification with the Republic if they want it. I think it's like it's every 7 years. So if that were the case, then we could have had a second independence referendum by now, but we don't. Claire Coutinho has been re-elected. Labour has gained Stirling and Strathallan from the SNP. They hold Beckenham and Penge. They've gained Weston-super-Mare from the Tories. They hold Oxford East. They hold Doncaster Central. The Tories have held Romford. Labour has gained Gedling. They hold Warrington South as well. They're up to 215 seats now. So they are only 111 off of an outright majority. We are coming up for Portsmouth. Penny Mordaunt's seat is due to be declared. Portsmouth North. So this one is going to be close. What's the obsession with Penny Mordaunt wielding a sword? Fuck me, just cast her as Conan the Barbarian for gammons and get it over with. So again, this would be an interesting one if Penny Mordaunt loses. Haven't announced it yet, but again, would be an interesting one. Drew Galloway was busy. Yeah, him brandishing the sword. The Greens have gained Suffolk Coastal from the Tories. So I think they have now got the third seat. Is that the Greens' second or third seat? Suffolk Coastal. Lib Dems have gained Ely and East Cambridgeshire from the Tories. Therese Coffey's out. Yep. That's a shocker, Therese Coffey being out. Then again, it's ironic that she lost to the Greens. I mean, Therese Coffey, when she was the Environment Secretary, had so much raw sewage flowing into the waterways in her constituency that less than 100 yards away from her home, they were finding dangerous levels of E. coli. So I'm not surprised that of all parties she lost to, it was the Greens. So I'm finding that hilariously funny. Therese Coffey. Therese fucking Coffey losing to the Greens. That is good. That's one of the highlights of this election. Mordaunt's gone. Yeah, Penny Mordaunt has lost to Labour by 700 votes. So that's another cabinet minister. That's another cabinet minister gone. Leader of the House, Penny Mordaunt, and who was probably one of the top candidates to be the next leader. She's gone. So we've lost Therese Coffey, we've lost Penny Mordaunt, we've lost Alex Chalk, we've lost Jeremy Hunt. It's again, question is if Penny Mordaunt's gone, how many more of the cabinet are going with her? And again, does this mean that the Tories are into, they're going to get more of a hiding than the exit poll realised? So I wonder if Sunak's going to be at risk. I mean, if Penny Mordaunt if Penny Mordaunt is losing a seat, I wonder if there's going to be any risk to Sunak. Oh, I can dream. So a couple of big losses so far. A couple of big gains as well. The Greens gaining from Therese Coffey. Mwah, chef's kiss. Superb. So this is turning out to be not as bad as I had thought. Again, if we're losing the likes of Penny Mordaunt, if we're losing the likes of Therese Coffey, I'll take I'll settle with having to deal with Mark Francois and Lee Anderson for another 5 years. Hopefully we get hopefully we get a few more wiped out from the Tory benches. I mean, that way I can maybe stomach the prospect of Nigel Farage in Parliament for the next 5 years. But it's also looking like the exit polls. Yes, they were a bit optimistic about the SNP, but it looks like they've also been a bit optimistic about reform. It's hard to imagine that they are going to finish with that many more seats. I mean, three of their big hitters were obviously Tice, Farage, and 30p Lee. They've all secured the seats. They've had one more gain as well on top of that. I can't really see another nine going to them. Um, so is that the Greens? No, that's surely not the Greens' first seat against Therese Coffey. No, because they secured one in Bristol. That's the second one. They just haven't updated it yet. Oh yeah, yeah. That's the thing. I don't think the damehood counts towards the House of Lords. Ruth Davidson, for example, I know is on the coverage for Sky News. She's a baroness, which does entitle her to sit in the House of Lords. But I don't think the damehood counts towards the Lords. Um, Theresa May would be entitled to it. I mean, Theresa May was going to get it anyway because obviously being an ex-prime minister, there's very very few who ever turned down the offer of a peerage or the offer to work in some capacity, be it things like the King's, the Queen's Council, now the King's Council, I suppose. So I would find, I would actually, to a degree, find it quite funny if Bojo the Clown became a member of the King's Council, just because of the fact that um, he lied to the previous monarch in order to illegally prorogue Parliament. So that I would find hysterically funny if somehow he was appointed to advise King Charles. Then again, I have absolutely no love or respect for the monarchy, so anything to make their lives more miserable would be greatly appreciated. They're showing Penny Mordaunt's concession speech. Uh, she actually lost that by a majority of 780 votes. So the turnout right now is 58.5% overall. I did think I mentioned this to somebody on Mastodon actually. I'm not on Twitter anymore, but I haven't been on Twitter for a long time. But I have mentioned on Mastodon to someone who brought it up that I suspect that we may it might be optimistic to even get to 60%, um, given that obviously this is the first general election that we've had with photographic ID, and even though there's options to not have to do, there's options to not have photographic, if you don't have photographic ID, there's options you can apply for to actually still be able to register a vote. But going through that process, that alone just puts off, quite a few people as well. So there's a lot of people who just do not turn up. When I went to the polling station earlier, I presented my passport. I had it on me anyway for another matter as well, but uh, they I actually wound up talking to the person at the polling station who gave me my ballot paper after I popped it back into the box. Filled it out, showed them barcode, popped it back in the box. And we were talking about the voter ID, and they couldn't understand why it was implemented. Right, and we were having a bit of a chat about it, and the fact that again that it was unnecessary. I mean, we do not have massive cases of voter fraud, and when there have been documented cases of voter fraud, it's generally been done through the postal vote system. I mean, Lutfer Rahman, for example, he was accused of voter fraud in Tower Hamlets by um, intercepting intercepting a lot of excess postal votes, and also the fact that in a lot of the Bengali and Bangladeshi households, it was the elder male who was filling out the votes for not just themselves but for everybody else as well. That was one of the things they were accused of. Now, there's not widespread cases of people showing up and pretending to be somebody else at polling stations. In fact, I think there's only been a grand total of 3 cases in the last, at the 2019 election. So there was absolutely no need for voter ID legislation. And yes, Johnny Mercer is gone. Inverclyde and Renfrewshire has gone from the SNP to Labour. Johnny Mercer is out. Good fucking riddance. Again, Johnny Mercer probably picked the worst campaign to go for. Labour have gained Livingston from the SNP. The fact that Johnny Mercer tried to run a campaign. The fact that Johnny Mercer tried to run a campaign where he was talking shit about a veteran and trying to claim that a veteran who had documentation that he was part of a group that was involved in special forces operations, so isn't able to discuss a lot of the things he did while serving in the military. The fact that Mercer tried to question that man's military record and claim that he was a Walter Mitty of some description, that must have gone down like a fart in a spacesuit in his constituency. I mean, Mercer as well. There was also quite a funny image of quite a funny image. Mercer's wife wound up posing next to a couple of campaigners who were protesting against Johnny Mercer, saying that he had abandoned veterans of the Gulf War. So that was quite funny that they had the picture of her there, and what a Karen she turned out to be. The video is on Twitter. If I remember correctly, somebody had told me what it was under. It was something. What the hell was it? Something Minge. Don't fucking just type in Minge on Twitter, especially if you're not from Britain. You don't know what it might mean. Johnny Mercer wife. Johnny Mercer wife. What the hell was she called? Oh, Felicity Minge. That's what she's known as on Twitter. Again, don't just type in Minge because that will bring up something else entirely. If you want obviously I speak about pro wrestling at times as well, so I will quote something from Brian Danielson's book, where uh, Brian Danielson he wound up during a tour of England. He had quite a large beard at the time. I mean, as like when when he grew it out like really really big for the Yes movement, he had that on the independent circuit at one point as well. When he came over to England to do some tours around the British scene, he wound up in a pub one night after a show, and a woman at the bar looked at him and just said to him, "Your beard looks like my minge." And as soon as he heard that, when he got back to the hotel, shaved the whole fucking thing off. So you can maybe guess from that anecdote what if you type in just minge into into Twitter, that will come up with. So again, fairly warned, my international viewers. It's Felicity Minge if you want to find the clip of Johnny Mercer's wife. So it's Therese Coffey looks like she's lost to Labour rather than the Greens. That's a shame. Well, in fairness, I'm still happy Therese Coffey's gone. I just wish it had been one of the Greens. It is looking right for the SNP, unfortunately. Labour has swept most of the Central Belt and the west coast of Scotland. The SNP's seats, all Lib Dems have gained in Bartonshire from the SNP. It's looking like it's Aberdeen in the north of Scotland, where the SNP have managed to retain some seats. But the thing is, Labour is leapfrogging both the SNP and the Tories. I mean, they finished third place in a lot of seats in Scotland in 2019 and are now leapfrogging both the Tories and the SNP. So that is a bit concerning. I don't know where this massive surge in support from Labour has come from. I don't know if it is possibly just the message to voters that, a vote for Labour is a vote to remove the Conservatives. We've got a few more Labour gains. Labour have gained Cheshire Mid from the Tories. Daniel, the only reason I am up is one, because it is somewhat satisfying to watch the death of the Conservative Party in this country. The absolute collapse in their numbers, and also quite a few of these energy drinks are what's keeping me up. I guarantee you that about maybe about 9-10 o'clock, I am probably going to go to sleep for at least 12-13 hours. That's the honest truth. I'm probably going to sleep for most of the day, maybe not just throughout the entire afternoon and evening, probably through the night as well. This is something I only ever do on the major elections. So Tories are down 20% of their vote. They've got 50 seats down from down 135. 362 of 650 seats declared. So we're more than half the seats declared. And I'm thinking again, it's definitely not going to be 160 for the Tories. Again, the numbers are unusual. So 37% so far is what the share of the vote that Labour's taken. Now, the Tories vote has collapsed by 20%. So it's split between the Lib Dems have taken about 11% of the vote. I think a lot of it has gone to Reform, and Reform have finished second place in quite a few of these seats. They finished in third place in a few of them. I don't think they have. Oh, Jonathan Gullis is gone. Thank God. Gullis is out. I will miss seeing him on the benches looking like he is wired out of his face on cocaine. That's probably the only thing I will miss about that man. But Gullis, the man who basically said that children who had been abducted from government-run asylum centres were responsible for it. The fact they shouldn't have been there. The victim blamed them, and he's gone. Good riddance. And I hope he never is involved in the teaching profession again. So I'm having a quick look at the results in Scotland. So there's 27 seats to go. Nationally, Reform have taken 6.7% of the vote, at least in Scotland. Now, that puts them above the Greens and above Alba. They are the fifth place party in Scotland. The Tories have got one seat in Scotland now. The Lib Dems have two. The SNP have got four. They're down 23. Labour are up 22. So Labour has gained 22 of those seats from the SNP, and the Liberal Democrats have gained one. But it doesn't look like Reform are making any headway in Scotland. If they're only getting 6% of the vote, that means they're probably finishing third, fourth, and fifth place in a lot of constituencies. So that's something I'm going to take some solace in. We rejected UKIP in previous years, and it looks like we are now rejecting Reform as well. Again, Labour's only up 1% on the previous year, and yet are up more than 100 seats. This is insane. Labour's gained Glasgow South from the SNP. They've gained Cumbernauld and Kirkintilloch. Plaid have held on to Sarah de Jean. I apologise. I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce that. Plaid have held a seat. Labour have held Strathern and Croydon. Labour have gained Bury South. Bury South, that was Christian Wakeford, if I remember correctly. He was one of the defectors from the Tories under Keir Starmer. Christian Wakeford is the guy who referred to Labour as a bunch of cunts for opposing removing the £20 boost in universal credit. That was during the COVID-19 pandemic. So, yeah, what a credit to the Labour Party he is. Let's see, any more results? Bathgate and Linlithgow, that's gone to Labour. Again, it's the the central belt is going entirely red. The only way the SNP, I think, is going to finish with 10 seats is if they retain a few more seats in the Highlands constituencies. But I expect Fife is going to go red. Glasgow is going to go completely red. Edinburgh probably will be split between Labour and the Liberal Democrats. Yeah, it's not looking good for the SNP. And it's not that I'm pro SNP, it's the fact that I am very, very distrusting of the Labour Party in Scotland and have had, oh, a good 20 odd years of experience with the Labour Party in Scotland to know to distrust them. The fact that our councils have been bankrupted with PFI, we had the absolute scandal of the equal pay scandal where women were not getting paid the same as men for the same jobs in the councils. And unfortunately, it looks like that Labour is going to regain the majority of Scotland. Well, in fact, I think they already have taken the majority of Scotland, but they're going to probably go back up to at least 2010 levels. I mean, we'll be the SNP will be very, very lucky if they wind up with maybe about 8 seats at this rate. Andrew Plebgate Mitchell has retained his seat. Well, great. So Christopher Chope's standing at this election. He's one I would really love to see gone. Christopher Chope, where is he the MP for? Or was he stepping down at this election? Oh no, he's standing for Christchurch. So Labour have gained Ribble Valley. Sinn Féin have held another seat. Labour have gained York Outer. So Christchurch, that would be an interesting one. Again, Christopher Chope, he's one of the MPs I would love to see gone for the simple reason that Christopher Chope has an absolutely appalling track record when it comes to standing up and shouting, "I object" on certain bills. I mean, one of the ones that he stood up and shouted, "I object" to was about making it a criminal offence to take pictures up women's skirts. There was another one where it was about tackling female genital mutilation. And again, he stood up and shouted, "I object." And that meant he derailed the entire fucking process. It's all a game to him, and Parliament would be far better off without him. Right. What's the next one being declared? Northallerton. Ayrshire Central has gone to Labour. So it's Northallerton. They're talking about there's not a declaration coming in. They're going to talk to the candidates and their election agents. So it's just to tell them privately the result. Just tell them the provisional result at the minute, and obviously if it's close enough, then they can request a recount. Yeah, West Streeting 500 votes away from losing. Good grief. Too bad there was not another 500 or 600 voters in this constituency. So, it's it's the prime minister. I think next. Uh, oh yeah, so yeah, Christopher Chope. This is a little brief record of some of the things he has shouted objection to. So 2021, November 2021, the Owen Paterson scandal. Um, so he shouted objection to the government's U-turn bill, which would have ratified the Standards Committee judgment on Owen Paterson, the greedy shit who was caught lobbying. Uh, this meant that his one and only voice blocked that bill from getting through to the next stage for a vote. Um, he shouted he objected to the bill that would have formally criminalized upskirting. Um, I think Frankie Boyle, the comedian, he put it best when he said that if he was that desperate for a photo of a cunt, he should have just taken a selfie. Chope has previously been the sole voice to shout, "I object" to a bill against female genital mutilation, on vaccinations, which the Prime Minister kept bringing up at every single opportunity. Christopher Chope lied about their safety, said our hospitals have a large number of inpatients who are there only because they took the vaccine. It is causing a lot of angst for consultants across the country. Yeah, again, Chope was lying. Because every public health body at that time had reported that the majority of the patients who had been admitted in relation to coronavirus since the vaccine rollout were uh, basically those who were either unvaccinated or who did have the vaccination but still presented with serious symptoms of the virus, because that did happen in some rare cases. Um, I mean, Christopher Chope is another one. We also, by the way, subsidize a second income for him. He pays his wife. We pay his wife before the rules were changed to ban MPs from hiring family members as their as the private secretaries. Uh, Christopher Chope had his wife installed as his private secretary, and we pay her a salary of £60,000 per year. So um, he wasn't the only one to do this. Derek Hatton did it as well. Not Derek Hatton, sorry, that's who I'm thinking of. Derek Conway, sorry, from the Tory party. He did this as well. Uh, Labour's up to 295, so they've almost crossed the line. They've almost reached the threshold. 30 seats more now to win an outright majority. After that, everything else for them is purely gravy. The big question is it going to be a 170 seat majority or is it going to be more? So taking stage in nothing. So it's looking like we're going to get the declaration. Labour's taking Doncaster East, Lancaster and Wyre, Dorset South. Tories have held Harrow East. Liberals have gained Harpenden. Yep, Jeremy Hunt. This is his seat. And if the polls are to be believed, Hunt is gone. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. 23,000. He's just squeaked by. Just held on by 890 votes. Rishi Sunak up next. 308 votes for Count Binface. He's beat the Looney Party. Binface beat the Independent as well. 23,059 for Sunak. 7,000 for Reform. $10,874 for Labour. So Sunak has won, and quite comfortably as well. So he was worried over nothing, but he's quite comfortably retained his seat. Jeremy Hunt squeaked by with 890 votes, whereas Rishi Sunak is a majority of about 13,000. So who's holding up? I don't know who's holding up a large L next to Rishi Sunak right now. The Tories have got 63 votes, just 22% of the vote. I will say this for Sunak. This is actually quite a dignified speech. I will say this for Rishi Sunak. There was a very dignified speech. He's conceded that he's lost the election. He's said that he's already called Keir Starmer to congratulate him. I mean, he also he praised the other candidates as well, saying it was a very, very good-natured campaign. So I will give him credit to that. I mean, you couldn't picture Boris Johnson giving a dignified speech on his departure. I mean, look at it when he announced his resignation as prime minister. He was not dignified in any way. Yeah, I agree. Trump could definitely earn a thing or 2,000 for Sunak, but again, this was probably the highlight of Rishi Sunak's time as prime minister. Although that's not saying much. But again, the dignified manner in which he has conceded the election and also congratulated Keir Starmer on becoming the next prime minister. Again, it's not something I would picture Boris Johnson doing, or even Liz Truss for that matter. Neither of them were dignified in their resignation as a prime minister, and I expect probably when Rishi Sunak gives a speech outside of 10 Downing Street later today, it will probably be again a rather dignified speech. It will be something that will be studied by political students for a long time. It doesn't mean I have any love or sympathy for the man. It doesn't mean I have any degree of respect for him. Again, I am glad to see the back of him and his government. but at the very least, we got that much, and I think that's what the British people have deserved: a dignified resignation, and a dignified exit from the prime minister of the the prime minister and leader of the Conservative Party, which we would not have got from, I think, anyone else, quite frankly. So the Tories are looking at a potential wipeout in Wales. They have lost nine of all. Well, they've lost all nine of the seats that they were defending in Wales. They were defending 14. They're probably going to lose the other five. I envy the Welsh if they have a complete wipeout of the Tories and we are stuck even just with one. Greater Manchester is completely Tory free. There are no Tories at all in Greater Manchester. That's incredible. Labour's just 18 seats shy of the majority. Oh god, they're interviewing Anas Sarwar. Anas Sarwar, as he should be known. There was a Twitter account, by the way, that I used to follow. It was called Anas Sarwar. He is such an odious creep of a politician. Guy who bought his way to the top of the regional list in Glasgow because he couldn't be bothered contesting a seat. I'm just trying to see if there's been any more declarations in Scotland. 28 seats for Labour, so they have got the majority. Well, they just need one more seat, and they've got the majority of the seats in Scotland. Labour again, so the SNP just 4. Lib Dems have got 2, so they're up by 1. And the Conservatives have got 1 seat. So, where have the Liberal Democrats gained a seat? It's not Argyll and Bute, is it? No, it's not. So again, I will take solace if Alan Reid loses yet again. Good fucking riddance. Yes, Sunak, probably the third worst PM since 2010. Well, let's see. Since 2010, we've had David Cameron, Boris Johnson, Theresa May, Liz Truss, Rishi Sunak. Yeah, he probably would be third on that list. I mean, of that bunch, I would probably put. I think I would put Liz Truss as the worst, the very worst of the 5. I mean, there's a reason she was outlasted by a lettuce. 49 days in office, and she tanked the entire UK economy. That is going to take some beating in the future. Please, please, no, do not take that. I hope the Tories do not take that as a challenge to beat that. But Liz Truss would probably be worst. Boris Johnson, I think, would definitely be immediately after her. The amount of damage he caused to the country over his period in office, the excess deaths from COVID, the constant lying, the horrendous Brexit deal that he secured. I think, yeah, he would definitely be second place. Third place, do I want to say Sunak or do I want to say David Cameron? Because if it wasn't for David Cameron, we wouldn't be in a lot of the mess that we're in now. I mean, Theresa May is the one I actually feel sorry for out of those 5 to an extent, because she had to clean up that mess that David Cameron left. It's a tough one. I mean, who would definitely, where where Sunak would rank amongst Cameron um, and May. I mean, number one and number two for the worst. For the worst two, it's got to be Liz Truss and then Boris Johnson. Oh, I got some more good news from Scotland. Douglas Ross is expected to lose his seat in Aberdeenshire North and Moray East. There's been a significant swing towards reform, and it is believed that although the Tories could oust the SNP in Gordon and Buchan, um, Douglas Ross is expected to potentially lose his seat for the Tories. I don't know if that would be to Labour or if that would be to the SNP. But either way, I would be glad to see the back of Douglas Ross in at least one of those parliaments. West Aberdeenshire and Kincardine, that's looking like Andrew Bowie will retain his seat. Might be 6, they say it might be 6 a.m. for the final declaration. So yeah, they've taken 31. Labour's taken 31 seats in Scotland now. There's more independents, by the way. 2 more independents. Where have the independents gained? So apparently there's been another 2 independents who have won seats off of the Labour Party. So they need 7 seats to win, but where have the independents secured seats? Oh, I'm glad to see Maria Caulfield's gone. So yeah, Maria Caulfield's gone. So that was a councillor you worked with. Well, again, I'm just glad that Maria Caulfield is gone. She was one of the more unpleasant figures in the Conservative Party. So, where have the independents won? So apparently we've had a couple of independents win, but where? That's what I'd like to know. Or maybe not. Maybe I've misheard. So Labour's just 4 seats away from the majority. Well, an independent has gained Dewsbury. Dewsbury and Batley. Who was standing in Dewsbury and Batley? So Iqbal Muhammad, who was standing as the independent, has apparently taken. I wonder if this is again a backlash from the Muslim and the migrant communities of that constituency over Gaza, and also the comments about Bangladesh. The fact that the fact they've taken it from Labour. Yeah, Sally Ann Hart, she was another nasty piece of work. Glad to see she's gone. So Labour has now crossed the 326 threshold. Again, they are predicted to finish with at least 410. So I think we're probably going to see a bit more than 400. Excuse me, a bit more than 410 if things keep going the way they have been. Hugh Merriman's old seat has stayed Tory despite them parachuting in a candidate from Crewe. Again, there were some of these seats where, look, you could put anybody in a blue rosette, and they would probably get elected. You could probably reanimate the corpse of Harold Shipman and put him in a blue rosette and get re-elected to certain seats. But yeah, Labour has officially won the general election. They've passed the 326 threshold. Again, it's looking like the polls have been a bit too optimistic when it comes to both Reform and the SNP. It looks doubtful the SNP are going to hit 10. They'd be very, very lucky if they finish with 8 at this rate. Reform are not going to finish with 13 as the polls predicted. It's now looking more likely that they've got the 4 that they're getting, and that's it. They've not penetrated in Scotland. They've not made any major gains in Scotland, and they've also, at the minute, from the looks of it, have also not made any ground in Wales. Joanna Cherry is out, so that is going to be that's a bit of a relief, actually. She's one of the MPs from the SNP. I would have been very, very happy to have seen the back of, and she's now gone. So she's lost Edinburgh South West. She can take her transphobia and frankly piss off. BBC has adjusted their forecast. Their forecast is still 170 seats, Labour at 410, Tories to finish with 144, Lib Dems 58, SNP with 8, Plaid with 4, Reform 4, and the Greens with 2. I think that would mean Reform would finish joint 6th. I think the DUP are still on course to finish with at least 5. Somerset North East coming up. There's no oh yeah, this is Jacob Rees-Mogg's seat. Please, for the love of God, let this one go red. 7,000 votes to Reform. 20,000 votes to the Labour candidate. Yes! Rees-Mogg is gone! Dan Norris has won the seat of Jacob Rees-Mogg. 5,000 vote majority. Rees-Mogg is gone. We will never ever have to see him again in Parliament. Thank you, there is a God. They're waiting for the Lib Dem vote, but yes, thank you, Jesus. There is a God. Jacob Rees-Mogg officially gone from Parliament. Get the memes going now with Jacob Rees-Mogg lying across those benches. He's done. He's done. He can go spend more time with Nanny. I mean, the fact that Jacob Rees-Mogg was re-elected to the House of Commons after he made those vile comments about the people of Grenfell Tower burning to death due to the fact they lacked common sense. He got over 50% of the vote after that in that constituency. Now he's gone. He's gone. We will never ever have to see him again in politics because I very, very much doubt he will ever be voted back into office. Let him go do his thing on GB News, a channel that barely anybody fucking watches. Good riddance, you haunted Walter the Softy wannabe. Fuck you, Jacob Rees-Mogg. Bye-bye. Mwah. Keir Starmer giving his speech now. Who cares? We knew this was probably happening anyway. Let's see. So the Fife declarations had been expected around 2 a.m. and the proceedings expected to finish around about 4. It's now 5. There's not been a single declaration, so it's wondering what's going on. So it's taken a while to count the votes in the 5 constituencies. They're all expected to pretty much go Labour and Lib Dem. So there has been some positives at least. We are rid of Johnny Mercer. We are rid of Jacob Rees-Mogg. We are rid of Maria Caulfield. Unfortunately, we still have Jeremy Hunt. We still have Rishi Sunak. I was hoping for a little bit of history with both of them becoming the first ever Prime Minister and Chancellor to lose their seat, but hey-ho, one of them squeaked by. One of them still finished relatively comfortably. We are also now we've also seen a couple of the nastier elements of the Labour Party gone as well. Jonathan Ashworth, that's a well-deserved kicking he got from the Independent. Good riddance to him. I hope this sends a message to the Labour Party, about what will happen in future if you dare try and campaign in a constituency and at the same time pander to reform with National Front level rhetoric. That will, that is what will happen. Jonathan Ashworth, it's what will fucking happen. I still want somebody to ask Keir Starmer about Steve McCabe and why he has not been suspended for his comments to the independent candidate, calling him a Hamas supporter from the university. We shall see. I very much doubt Labour's going to do anything, but you never know. So let's see. Labour has gained one of the islands from the SNP. It's currently sitting at 31, 4, 2, and 1 for Labour, SNP, Lib Dem, and Tory. Yep, Diane Abbott has retained her seat. That's something I'm glad to hear. Again, I wish she had campaigned on that as an independent because the way Labour treated her was absolutely appalling. It's fucking atrocious. The fact that the man who's giving a victory speech right now blatantly lied to the UK media when he said that the disciplinary procedure was out of his hands. Well, no, it wasn't. The disciplinary procedure had already been wrapped up by the time that Frank Hester and his despicable comments had been exposed. And he went and approached Diane Abbott in the back benches and said, "Look, if there's anything I can do," and she kept saying, "You could restore the whip." He could have done it. He could have done it there and then. He could have announced immediately that, yes, we are restoring the whip to Diane Abbott. The investigation is concluded. She can rejoin the Labour Party. We are restoring the whip. But he didn't. He refused to do it. He waited as long as possible to try and force her out. And it was only after it was exposed in the national press that, hang on, the investigation is concluded. She could have the whip restored, that something was actually done about it. I mean, and the fact that Keir Starmer had the nerve to raise money on the fact that Diane Abbott was racially abused and yet still keep her out of the Labour Party, it was fucking absurd. It was absolutely atrocious. Now, Keir Starmer, again, I do not relish the prospect of 5 years under him. Part of me even wonders if he will even last the 5 years, for the simple reason that I wonder if he will lie once too often. Because there's a difference when you're lying in opposition and when you start telling lies when you're in government. And if you get a reputation as being a pathological liar while you're in government, the press will have a field day with you. It's one thing for James O'Brien to give him a free pass at every opportunity. When the right-wing press grabs a hold of him and finds him lying while in office, they will run with it and run with it and run with it and run with it. This will not be a case of, this is not going to be a case of they'll find something as flimsy as Beergate. If he is caught telling lies in office and saying, well, I promise I'm going to do this, and fails to deliver, again, the right-wing press will crucify him, deservedly so, and that will be his downfall. Now, I don't think he will be stupid enough to deliberately mislead the House. If he's caught lying, it will be something he says maybe on a radio interview or something he says to the TV news cameras, but it will not be in the comments. He won't go down. He won't go down like Boris Johnson. But if he's caught lying, that might be the straw that breaks the camel's back and may possibly trigger a leadership contest at some point within his 5 years. The thing is, as well, the fact that he is pathologically lying, he pathologically lied to the electorate in order to secure the Labour leadership, and the fact that we've seen him justify Israeli war crimes. I am also quite cautious about the possibility that he will be the Prime Minister who drags us into our next war. If we wind up getting dragged into an armed conflict on the back of, let's say, a Trump administration, it will be Starmer's job to lie to the nation, and he will drag us into an armed conflict. That's not a prediction. It's just a fear that I have, because again, look what happened with Blair, and he got the nickname Blair for a simple, he earned that nickname of Blair. Labour's now up to 346. Tories are at 76. Lib Dems at 46. SNP at 4. 499 or 500 seats out of 650 now have been declared. 150 seats to go. I don't think the Tories are winning 60 of them. I think the Tories are going to be lucky if they win 20 at this point. That will be something if the opinion polls were, if the exit polls were wrong and the Tories finished with less than 100. Are they facing the prospect of a wipeout in Wales? So, the minute 3:49 stories, 47 Lib Dems, 501 out of 650. I think. How many seats are there in Northern Ireland? Because that's going to give me well, that'll tell us exactly how many seats there are in England. Only 2 seats left in Wales. The Tories, I don't think, have any of them. Let's see. The fact that so let's have a look. Northern Ireland results. Right. So 7 of the seats left to declare are Northern Ireland. So if we take 7 off the current total, 146, 145. So there's 132 seats left to declare. The Tories would have to win half of them in order to actually get what was predicted in the exit polls. That's not happening. They may only just scrape into 3 figures. I mean, I'm looking at the electoral map at the minute, where there's still seats to declare. Yeah, David Davis, looking like he's gone. What about the Minister for Common Sense, Esther McVeigh? Wonder how many seats she is. Well, I wonder when her seat's due to be declared. Let's see, England results. England has got 155 seats left to declare. Well, 154 across the country left to declare. Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one. Brecon, Ratner, and Kevin Taw. Some of the boundary changes mean it's going to be tough to call. So, but either way, the Tories are not going to win half of the seats still left to declare. So 131 has been way too optimistic from the exit poll. In fact, the exit poll appears to have been rather optimistic when it comes to at least 3 of the parties, to say the least. I mean, well, but maybe 4. I mean, the Lib Dems only need 16 seats to be close enough. Reform are not on course to win another 9. I mean, out of the 148 seats left to declare, Tories are still at 73. Again, I don't think they're getting 60 of those seats. see. There's 130. No, 126 in England. And again, I don't think they're getting them. Scotland has, let's see how many seats left to declare. 14 seats to go. At best, they're expected to get one of those. Wales, how many seats left? 1 seat left to declare. And it's looking like a Tory wipeout. So the final seat left to declare in Wales. And where is it? Oh yeah, it's Brecon. Oh no, Brecon. Brecon. Radnor went to the Tories. So is it Monmouthshire? Is it Monmouthshire? Is that the last one? Wales or? I don't. Is it Monmouthshire? Is the last one in Wales? My geography fucking sucks. So Brecon Radnor has gone to the Lib Dems. So yeah, 1 seat left to go in Wales, and the Tories have got absolutely none. They've only got 1 seat right now in Scotland. They're only expected to finish at best with 2. I'm trying to think what the other seat they would win could be. Must be in the I was going to say the Borders, but it could be up in Aberdeenshire. Glenrothes Mid Fife has gone to the SNP. Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath has gone to Labour. Glasgow North has gone to Labour. So, yeah, the entire Central Belt has basically gone. The entire Central Belt has gone to the has gone to from SNP to Labour. So, at the minute, Perth and Kinross, Dundee Central. So Perth and Kinross, Dundee Central, Aberdeen North, and West Aberdeenshire and Kincardine. Aberdeen South, I should say. Aberdeen North and Aberdeen South have all gone to the SNP. Those are the 4 seats the SNP have taken. Dundee, I'm not surprised at. That was a yes city. That was the biggest. I think that was the biggest of the yes cities, actually. You're probably looking at a couple of the Highland constituencies for the SNP to hang on to maybe get the 10. Although I'm thinking that they may swing to the Liberal Democrats. Yeah, so the Welsh Minister seat is up. It's the last one for Wales. It's probably the Tories' last chance to retain any presence in Wales. That would be something. Again, the Tories were wiped out in Scotland in 1997. They wound up with 1 seat, I think. I want to say 2001 or 2005, which was David Mundell. Uh, but yeah, we're so the Tories are now up to 79, 135 seats left to declare. Again, if again, there's no fucking way that the Tories are finishing with 130 at this stage. It can't be. Uh, yeah, Esther McVeigh has apparently just squeaked by in Tatton, so the so-called Minister for Common Sense has retained her seat. God fucking damn it. Oh, when life gives you Jacob Rees-Moggs, he then takes it away with Esther McVeigh's. I mean, I'm trying to think what's been the best result so far. Therese Coffey is gone. Jacob Rees-Mogg gone. Jonathan Ashworth gone. I'm trying to think, would those be the top three? Joanna Cherry gone. I mean, I'm gonna have to go, look through these and see if I can compile what would be my favorite results of the night. I mean, Johnny Mercer going was welcome. Sadly, Lee Anderson getting back in. That's not one of the highlights of the night. So Andy Burnham is talking about how this now means that the mayors will be able to offer what they're going to do with offer to trial certain things in their areas rather than saying we want as they've been doing with a Tory government, because a lot of the mayor's positions have been held by members of the Labour Party. I don't think that's going to be changing anytime soon either. I mean, the Tories have been an absolute disaster nationally, that I think they're probably looking at opposition at every level, I would say at least 10 years. They're not even if Keir Starmer has a disastrous performance at the next election, I don't think he'll lose a majority. I think he will probably still finish with a majority of maybe 30 or 40, even if he has a really crap 5 years. Next election, he would finish with a majority no matter what. It would only be if after the second term in office, the Labour government turns out to be a complete and utter disaster. That's when you might see. I don't know if it would be the Tories or if it would be the Lib Dems challenging at that point, because I can honestly see the returns for the Tories diminishing as well. I mean, the Liberal Democrats have been able to rebuild themselves. I'm not sure the Tories will be able to do the same. God, I hope that'll be the case. Jacob Rees-Mogg probably is the highlight. I mean, I will say that he probably is the single best result that has come in. The fact that he is now He's gone. We will never ever have to see him at Westminster again. Again, I wonder exactly how valuable he's going to be to GB News now that he doesn't have a seat in office. In fact, how many? That's the thing. GB News has wound up with more of their they've actually wound up with a decent number of their presenters re-elected. I mean, Esther McVeigh presents a show on GB News. Farage, now elected, presents a show on GB News. Doesn't Richard Tice have a show on GB News? Or at least he's a regular contributor. Of course, Lee Anderson has got a show on that network. So at the minute, we are up to 364 for Labour, 87 for the Tories, 51 Lib Dems, 5 now for the SNP. The SNP have gained a seat. Where have they gained it? So the SNP, where have they gained that? West Nairn and Strathspey. So they've held on to that. So again, I think it will be the Highlands that will help the SNP get close to that 10. Yeah, independents up to 5 because I think Ruth Davidson said 2-1 seats. 2-1 seats when it came to when they were talking to Anas Sarwar. Both won them from Labour. Jonathan Ashworth was beaten by an independent, Jeremy Corbyn. Or was it? Leicester South. I don't know. Leicester South was Jonathan Ashworth. So David T.C. Davis up next. Where the hell did I say? Where the hell did I have Philip T.C. Davis? But David T.C. Davies, his declaration is taking a little bit longer to come through because they are doing it in both English and Welsh. At the minute, Plaid have not won the seat. They are behind the Green Party by about 1,000 votes. So David Davies has got 17,672 votes. I think he might be retaining his seat. Oh, nope. Labour have won the seat with 21,000 votes. So there is no Tories in Wales at all. So that's 10 ministers out. So not a single Tory in Wales. That's incredible. And the fact that 10 ministers, 10 government ministers in one election, that's a new record. So Robert Buckland, Miriam Cates, both gone. A lot of big names have gone for the Tory party. Again, 10 government ministers. Incredible to think. It's absolutely incredible to think that the fact is that the Tories are now gone in Wales. Has that ever happened before? Really don't know. It's a hell of a first, though. So 108 seats left to declare. Again, I think there's a few of them in Northern Ireland. The Welsh seats have all declared. Northern Ireland results. Have a look. See how many Irish seats are there still to declare. 4 seats left to go in Northern Ireland. So that means there's only 103 seats across Scotland and England to declare. And again, Tories are at 91. I'm not seeing 131. 131 out of 103. Well, sorry, to get 40 seats out of 103. I'm not seeing it. I think Labour's probably going to hit 410. They're going to take at least 40 of those seats. Maybe the Tories will get 25. Finish with about 116. And the Lib Dems, the SNP are probably going to pick up another 2. And then the Lib Dems picking up the rest. But again, this is pretty big loss tonight for the Tories. It's been great to watch. Yeah, Truss's seat is still to declare. Oh God, that would be bigger than Jacob Rees-Mogg. I think that would be a bigger highlight than Jacob Rees-Mogg if Truss becomes so unpopular because of how badly she crashed the economy that she becomes again she would be the first prime minister who, standing an election after you have just left Downing Street, she would be the first prime minister to lose in that regard since Ramsay MacDonald in 1935. So that would probably be that would probably top Jacob Rees-Mogg. It's a long shot, but it would be phenomenal. So at the minute in Scotland, how many seats do we have left to declare? 12 seats left to declare. The SNP are now up to 6. They've held Arbroath and Broughty Ferry. Labour have gained Dunfermline and Dollar from the SNP. It's largely the Highlands that are left, I think. We've got 2 Borders constituencies. There's one central, but it looks like it's mostly Highland seats left. Right, let's see, Scotland. Let's have a look. So, right, there's Dumfries and Galloway still to declare. Dumfriesshire, Clydesdale, and Tweedale. So 2 Borders constituencies. So we got Northeast Fife still to declare. Argyll, Bute, and South Lochaber. That's one I'm looking forward to. Please, for the love of God, do not let that seat go to Alan Reid. Angus, Perthshire, Glens, West Aberdeenshire and Kincardine, Gordon and Buchan, Aberdeenshire North and Moray East. So it's a lot of northern constituencies still to declare. And again, I think those will be what saves the SNP if they're hoping to scrape it up to 10 seats. Did I just hear right? Stratford upon Avon, Nadim Zahawi's out. The Greens have got another seat, so their co-leaders are up. Both their co-leaders are in. So they're saying that at the minute, Labour has got only a similar share of the vote to what David Cameron got in 2010 when it was a hung parliament. So it's looking like tactical voting has worked. I mean, the Tories are down 205 seats. They're up to 94 now. 93 seats left to declare. I think a dozen of them still in Scotland. 11 seats to go. 10 now. SNP is still at 6. The Lib Dems are up another one from the looks of it. So, UK, let's have a look. Lib Dems have gained a seat. Where did they take it? Where did the Liberal Democrats take a seat? We're still up to, well, I think, 10 seats left to go. Lib Dems are up to 3. Where did they get their extra seat there? I think it's North East Fife. That one doesn't surprise me. That has traditionally been a Lib Dem stronghold in the Fife constituency. So I have misheard something there. So, Nadim Zahawi, I've misheard something there. So, I mean, I'm going to be curious again what the total vote is for the SNP across the country, well, at least across Scotland, because although it says 2%, it's down 1% nationally. I don't know what that translates to as far as Scottish votes are concerned, because this is going on the entire share of the UK vote, and obviously the SNP don't run candidates outside of Scotland, much like Plaid don't run any candidates outside of Wales. So Tories are up to 94. They need another 6 to hit triple figures. 93 seats left to declare, 10 of which are in Scotland. I think 5 of them are in Northern Ireland, so I'm not entirely sure. I know 4 of them, I should say, are 3 in Northern Ireland. So 3 in Northern Ireland. Wales is completely declared. The SNP is up to 7. The SNP took Aberdeenshire North and Moray East, so they have beaten the Conservatives. They've gained a seat from the Tories. So they have gained 1 seat from another party, although they have lost 38 of their seats to the Labour Party. They have gained 1 from the Tories. So that raises a question now if the Tories are actually going to finish with 2 in Scotland. 9 seats left to declare. So 12 of the seats that are still left to declare are between Scotland and Northern Ireland. So if we rule those ones out, 90 seats, then take away 12. That's 78 left to declare. 95 seats to the Tories. I think they are going to hit triple figures. Again, I still do not see 131. Again, how did the Tories get 131 from this? I just don't see it. It will be interesting when Liz Truss declares. Please, 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 let her have the electoral success of the lettuce. So, I mean, it's the positive. The positives I'll take away from this. Some of the worst of the Tories are gone. Gullis, Mogg, Therese Coffey. Good fucking riddance. Reform have only managed to secure 4 seats. They are not, from the looks of things, going to get any more. They also don't appear to have made any headway when it comes to Scotland. I'm not entirely sure that they've had anything like the success that they hoped for in Wales, where UKIP had previously managed to get, a decent chunk of the vote there. I don't think Reform have managed that this time in Wales. I think Reform have probably done a lot of damage to the Tories in England, in particular, where they've taken quite a few second place. They've taken quite a few second places, even where they've taken third or fourth. That's done enough damage in some cases to hammer the Tories. So again, it's not been all doom and gloom. It's been good to see Reform, again, just all right. John Carter said last time the Tories had 0 seats in Wales was in 1997, so that would have been about the same time that well, again, obviously there was the Labour landslide in 97, and the Tories were also wiped out in Scotland that year. We still have at least one member of the Tories representing Scotland, unfortunately. Hopefully that will be the one, and we want to see any more blue spots on that electoral map. I'm just having a look at the share of the vote again nationally. Reform for Scotland, Reform have finished in 5th place. I don't think they'll have retained their deposits in that many of the seats. Tories are still at 95. It's not. Again, it's still not looking good for them. 91 seats left to declare. They need almost half just to match the exit polls, and it doesn't look like that's happening. So 32. If Labour get another 32, even 29 now, actually, then they'll hit the exit poll target. So again, Douglas Ross is gone. He will still be in the Scottish Parliament, but he will not represent the Tories at Westminster again. Again, that's the only SNP gain. That it's the only seat they have managed to gain from any party. Now, I suspect they may retain a couple more seats in the Highlands, but that's going to be it. They're not going to take anything from the Lib Dems. They are not taking anything away from Labour. They will have to rely on securing 3 more seats, at least 3 more seats in the Highlands if they want to hit double figures. No, this. Oh, no, that's just the individual swing. No, that's something. That's something. Sky News has just brought up the vote, the share of the vote in Aberdeenshire North and Moray East. This is the seat that the SNP have just taken from Douglas Ross. The SNP had a 7.9% swing away from them and finished with 35.2% of the vote. The Tories, Douglas Ross, had a swing away from him of 15.6. It means that despite the SNP share of the vote dropping, they have managed to win with a majority of 942. That looks like it's happened because Reform took 14.6% of the vote. They've eaten into that Tory vote. I mean, when you factor in the gains, right, Reform took 14.6% of the vote. Labour had an increase of 6% of their vote. That appears to have been enough to do the job. So this is the one seat where it looks like in Scotland, Reform have actually made an impact. They've cost the Scottish Tories' outgoing leader his seat. That's something. Liam Fox is gone. One of the most right-wing members of the Tory party. He's gone by just about 600 votes. He's lost Somerset North to the Labour Party. So yeah, I think that's the seat right next to Jacob Rees-Mogg. But Liam Fox was one of the most right-wing members of the Conservative Party, and he's gone. So that's another one. Good riddance. Liz Truss might be in trouble. Oh, please, please, please. This will top Rees-Mogg if this comes true. So Liz Truss's seat is now in doubt. So there's talk about heavy tactical voting. It's very, very possible that Liz Truss will be gone. That will be huge. Jess Phillips' seat is up next. This will be an interesting one. Is Jess Phillips just completely standing away from all the other candidates? So Birmingham Yardley. Okay, Tories have taken 3,000. This is Jess Phillips' seat. The Greens have taken 1,000. So unless the Lib Dems just 3,000 votes. 3,600. 5,000 for reform. So it's looking like Jess Phillips is comfortably being re-elected. Ooh, 10,582 for the Workers' Party. Jess Phillips next, I think. $11,000, so only just. And a lot of boos. I think this is probably because of Gaza. So Jess Phillips has just scraped through. What's her majority? 693. Holy shit. 26.9% swing away from her. I don't think she's going to survive another election. Only a 700 vote majority, well, less than 700 votes. I don't see her surviving another election. So, I mean, yeah, Jodie McIntyre, the Workers' Party, that was close. Um, so I'm trying to see how many more seats do we have left to declare. Oh shit, Lib Dems have got another one. They've taken Caithness, Sunderland, and Easter Ross. So that's a Lib Dem gain from the SNP. This has got me slightly worried. Again, he was polling not to win. I am terrified that the Liberal Democrats and Alan Reid, not John Reid. John Reid's dead. Alan Reid may win Argyll, Butte, and South Lochaber. I really fucking hope not. I do not want that xenophobic prick in office again. We've still got the well, let's see. We've still got the Angus and Perthshire Glens to declare. We've still got, well, I'm just looking at the Scottish constituencies. We have still got West Aberdeenshire and Kincardine, Gordon and Buchan, Inverness, Skye, and West Rossshire, and Argyll, Butte, and South Lochaber. And if I remember, I think we may also still have Orkney and Shetland to declare as well. There's only, let's see, a grand total of 8 seats to go in Scotland. Northern Ireland, I think, is still on 3. Oh, no, it's 2 now. So 10 of those seats are in Scotland and Northern Ireland. There is 579. So that'd be 589. So we're looking at 61 seats left to declare. The Tories are at 97 seats. Maybe they will get to, I don't know, 115. Lib Dems are up to 57. Labour is getting awfully close to that 410. They've got 387 on the map. Just need another 23, and they would hit the 410 from the polls. Well, from the exit poll. Yeah, the majority drop has gone to the Workers' Party, and again, I think this is something I want to see some analysis of in the next week or so. I want to see how much of the Islam, the Muslim community, how many Muslims, for example, switched votes away from the Labour Party to Independents and to the Greens and to Plaid and the SNP, etc. because of things like Gaza, and because of Bangladesh. There was a poll before the Bangladesh comments that showed it was I think it was like a 26% swing from voters of Pakistani origin, uh, to from Labour to the Green Party. So it would be an absolute it would be a very, very interesting study to see what happens. Sinn Féin looks like they are going to become the biggest party in Northern Ireland. So there's only 2 seats left to declare. Sinn Féin have got 7 seats. Well, Sinn Féin are finishing as the biggest party. They've got 7 seats. The DUP, even if they take the other 2 seats, would only finish with 6. So it's Sinn Féin 7, the DUP 4, the SDLP currently with 2, the Alliance and the Ulster Unionist Party both have 1 apiece. So those 7 seats, obviously, that Sinn Féin have got, they will not be taking the seats in Parliament. They will not sit in the UK Parliament for historic reasons. All, well, I was going to say all, but 5 of those seats are 5 of those seats that Sinn Féin have secured um, are mostly on the border with the Republic. There's 2 up more towards the north, but 5 of their seats, 4 of the seats share. Well, not 4. 3 of them share a land border with the Republic, whereas the other 2 are just slightly more inland, but they do border one of the constituencies that is next to that is in a landlocked border with the Republic of Ireland. So, a very, very interesting result in Northern Ireland there. Um, Big question is who is going to take those final 2 seats. Still 2 seats left to declare in Northern Ireland. We are down to 7 in Scotland. The Lib Dems have not taken an extra one. The Tories, however, have got their second seat. They have secured Gordon and Buchan. So the Tories are finishing with the 2 seats that were predicted by the exit polls. I think that might be their only one. I don't think they are in line to win Aberdeenshire West and Kincardine. Um, I think that's going to be a straight fight between Labour and the SNP, quite frankly. Angus and Perthshire Glens, again, I think that's going to be a straight fight between Labour and the SNP. But the Tories have got their second seat in Scotland. So I officially propose that we swap the land border. Wales can have Gordon and Buchan, or what's the other one they got? Fuck it. They can have Berwickshire, Roxburgh, and Selkirk. We'll take what could we take in exchange? We'll figure out something. Fucking Wales. You didn't take a single Tory MP. We get stuck with 2 of them. So we are down to 75 seats remaining. So declaration in Banbury. So that's Victoria Prentice gone. The Tories now just need 1 more seat out of the remaining 63 to hit triple figures. So Victoria Prentice wasn't. So Victoria Prentice was the Attorney General. So that's another big position gone. So I think that that would technically be 11 members of the cabinet now, or 11 ministers now. So 63 seats left to declare. The Tories need 1 to hit triple figures. The SNP need 3 to hit double figures. So I think 60 seats left. When you exclude Northern Ireland, 60 seats left to declare in mainland Britain. Yeah, 60 seats left in mainland UK. And again, it's not looking like the Tories are going to get the 131. So I don't think there was any information on Argyll and Bute. So still counting. There's at least one person posted their spoiled ballot online. They've just scrolled across it, hashtag end the union, hashtag not my parliament, and just scored a big black line down all 6 of the candidates on the ballot paper. They're still counting from the looks of things. So let's look. Yet the Tories have now made triple digits. They have got 100 seats. So again, 100 seats. There's another. How many left to declare? I think there's 59 left to declare in mainland Britain. Again, this is not to say that Northern Ireland doesn't count, but the Tories do not stand in Northern Ireland. So if they're going to hit the target for the exit poll, they need the remaining seats in England and Scotland. So at the minute, it's still 37 Labour, 7 SNP, 4 Lib Dem. The Tories are now up to 3. Where the hell did they get that one? They've taken West Aberdeenshire and Kincardine. So again, 6 seats left to declare. The SNP needs 3 of these if they want to hit double figures. That's a big, big ask at this point. They're still counting. I'll take. Yeah, take the Welsh seats I could pronounce. I'm trying to think what Welsh seats could I actually pronounce. Cardiff. So We're down to 67 seats now, 6 in Scotland. So it's possible the Tories could wind up with another 1 or 2 from Scotland. I really, really, really hope not. You never know. 57 seats in mainland Britain to declare, and 101 on the board. Can they get 30? I'm not sure. I don't think they can. So, again, 57 of these to go. The Tories need 30 to get what they were predicted to in the exit poll. The Lib Dems have just about hit their target. They're at 60 now. They were predicted to get 61. Tories have managed to get another 1, so that's 102. Please do not be from Scotland. Thank fucking God. It's not from Scotland. We've still got another. We've still got 6 seats left to declare in Scotland. So Labour has gained 200 seats. Of their seats, they have gained 164 from the Tories, 36 of them from the SNP. Now, again, that's 200 that they've gained, but they've also lost a few as well. They've lost 4 seats to independent candidates. I think. Oh, sorry, no, they've lost at least 3 to independent candidates. I think they have lost 1 to the Tories, which I think was in Leicester. Again, the 4 seats that Reform got, they've took all 4 of those exclusively from the Tories. So, again, the fact that Reform have done as badly, that will be probably my it's up there with Jacob Rees-Mogg as my bright spot for this election. The only thing that could probably exceed it would be Liz Truss. So I don't know if we've got a time limit yet for a Liz Truss declaration. Tories are slowly creeping up. The Lib Dems have now got 61. The Tories have now got 104. Labour needs another 17 of the remaining 51 seats available. And I think that's more than doable for them, whereas I don't think 27 out of 51. We got another declaration. This is Mark Harper's seat next. This will be another big loss for the Tories if it goes. Oh! Mark Harper only just out. He's lost Forest of Dean by just under 300 votes. 16,373 from Matt Bishop of Labour. Mark Harper has taken 16,095. So that's a big that's a very, very narrow loss. Mark Harper is a big loss to the Tory parties as well. So Um, so that's yet another big loss to the Tories. A 26.7% swing against him, and the Reform vote did eat into his vote. So 278 majority. Yep, Leicester East to the Tories. All right, so this is are these your highlights? Leicester East to the Tories, Leicester South to Independent, Islington North to Jeremy Corbyn, Bristol to Green, Blackburn to Independent. All right, you're talking about some results. Yeah, Brighton Pavilion, so they're up to 3. That is good. I'm glad to see I'm glad to see the Greens increase the representation. The Greens the Greens probably had a chance years ago. Um, I would say probably when Natalie Bennett was the leader. I mean, if it had been Carolyn Lucas in charge instead at that point, I've got a very, very good feeling um, that it's a case of the Liberal Democrat, sorry, the Greens at that point probably would have taken an extra seat or two in Parliament, whereas Natalie Bennett collapsed under pressure and it utterly destroyed the reputation of the Greens. But it's good to see them actually building on something. I mean, they've been building up in Scotland, and I'm hoping that they can actually start to build nationally. The fact they've now got 3 members, so that both of their co-leaders in Westminster are going to Parliament, that's a good sign. So let's see what they can do going forward for the next 5 years. Tories are now up to 105, Lib Dems up to 62, 394 for the Labour Party. We are currently sitting with how many seats left to declare in Scotland? Still 6 seats left to declare in Scotland, so it's English seats that are still coming in at the minute. So 50 seats left, well, 48 when you exclude Northern Ireland. Again, the Tories would need 26 seats. They're not getting it. They are not getting it. So the Lib Dems have gained another one. They're up to 64. Yeah, it would be great if the Greens could get another seat, but I think they've got their 3 targets. Brighton Pavilion was one, and the ones that their co-leaders were standing in, those were the other 2. I don't think they're going to get a 4th. It would be nice, but I don't think they're going to get it. It is nice to see that the SNP are actually going to finish above Reform. So Reform are going to finish behind. Well, so the way it's currently standing, it's going to be Labour, Conservative, Lib Dem, SNP, DUP, and Reform. Reform will be the 6th place party at Westminster, so they are going to be a absolute minority. They will be very, very rarely ever called up for things like Prime Minister's questions. So Farage is going to have Farage is going to have to make as much of his time in Westminster as he can, because he's going to be called up very, very little. And quite frankly, as it is Nigel Farage, I expect he's probably going to get hauled up quite a few times by the Speaker for breaking the rules. Now, he got away with an awful lot in the European Parliament. He would not get away with that in Westminster if we have an effective Speaker in place. Now, I think Lindsay Hoyle may wind up being replaced. Honestly, I think we probably should be looking for a quote at this point. I had my issues with John Bercow, but holy crap, he was 7 times better than Lindsay Hoyle has been. Braintree, James Cleverly's seat next. This could be a big one. So let's see if we are going to lose the Home Secretary. So the benchmark, 17,614. Lib Dems, not even close. And the Independent didn't even get close. 11,000 for Reform. Greens only get 2,000. 13,000. So James Cleverly is back. He is being returned. So that is another potential leadership candidate. That will be a sigh of relief to the Tories. Yeah, I also wonder that as well, Liam, if he'll turn up more than he did in the European Parliament. I have a feeling that if he fails to turn up in our Parliament, then in the Westminster Parliament, it will be a case of he will face sanctions, similar to what goes on with Sinn Féin. Obviously, Sinn Féin do not get a salary because they don't attend, and if Farage isn't attending, he's not going to get paid for it. So, Northern Ireland, how many seats still left? Still 2. I don't know if we're any closer to finishing off in Scotland. Still 6 seats left to declare there. So 8 seats left in total for there. Again, I'm not entirely sure. Excuse me. There's 37 seats left to declare in England. And again, it's not looking likely for that 131. They need 25 out of 37. At least from England. Doesn't look like they're coming. Lib Dems are up to 64 now, so they have they've slightly exceeded what the exit poll suggested, especially with the revised exit polls that were put out as well. Because I mean, the revised exit polls were all saying that they were going to finish with less than 61 seats. I want to see if I can find, because I know, Liam, you posted about these. The revised exit polls had Lib Dems at 56. So they've exceeded even the revised exit polls. The Tories definitely are not getting the 154 that the revised exit poll suggested. So the only things really they've got right is Plaid with 4 and Reform with 4. So again, it's quite a big deal, the fact that the exit polls appear to have slightly overestimated both Reform and the Conservatives. They may have overestimated the SNP. We will find out with the last 6 seats left to declare. But again, this has been it's been a disaster for the SNP. It's been a disaster for the Tories. The big winners obviously are the Independents, the Liberal Democrats, and Labour. So 107 for the Tories, 397 for Labour. So Jeremy Hunt back in Downing Street, he's finishing up. So we've lost Jacob Rees-Mogg, Penny Mordaunt. So Johnny Mercer, Jacob Rees-Mogg, Penny Mordaunt, Miriam Cates is gone. You know, the Shadow Paymaster General John Ashworth. That's probably for me the best loss for the Labour Party at the very least. I mean, it was. I am so glad that someone who blatantly used National Front rhetoric was destroyed by an independent. And Trevor Phillips, who has allowed Nigel Farage to spread horrendous Islamophobia on his show, is talking about how there's 3 million Muslims who have voted with a collective voice in protest. So, just 37 seats left to declare. Still 2 seats in Northern Ireland. 5 seats now in Scotland. The Lib Dems have made a gain. Where is it? It's Orkney and Shetland. So that one was expected. The islands of Orkney and Shetland, they're a constant Lib Dem vote. I mean, even when the Liberal Democrats were wiped out in Scotland, they were the one constituency to return a Liberal Democrat, and it was Alistair Carmichael, a guy who blatantly lied to increase his chances of winning. He was sued under the Representation of the People Act, and he was found guilty on two of the 3 counts, but because it was only 2 of the 3 counts, it wasn't enough to trigger a recall petition. So he was able to keep his seat. Alistair Carmichael infamously claimed that Nicola Sturgeon had told the French ambassador. Well, he leaked information from the Scotland office that was false. He claimed that Nicola Sturgeon had told the French ambassador that she would prefer the Tories to win at the UK general election. Turned out that wasn't true. And you know, he said he knew who was responsible, wouldn't disclose who it was, and lo and behold, it turned out it was him all along. It was like when Vince McMahon took off the hood and revealed himself as a higher power and yelled, "It's me, Austin! It was me all along, Austin!" You know, that it was that farcical, to be perfectly blunt. So we are now looking at 30 seats left to declare in England. Oh no, sorry, 31 seats left to declare in England. 7 seats between Scotland and Northern Ireland. So 31 seats left to declare in England. 398 Labour, 108 for the Tories, 67 for the Liberal Democrats, 7 for the SNP. We shall see the again 31, 23 seats required for the Tories to get that 131. Labour only needs 12, and they've got their target for the exit poll. Well, make that 11. They have just gained another. It's 399. That means there is only 36 seats left to declare in England, unless that was one from Scotland. We shall see. And let's have a look. 5 seats to go in Scotland. Quickly refresh it. Nope, still 5 seats to go. These are all constituencies where I think it's going to be a fight between the SNP, possibly the Liberal Democrats. So you got Inverness, Skye, and West Russia. There's Angus and Perthshire Glens, Argyll, Bute, Skye, and Lochaber. 2 of these might actually go to the Tories, actually, because these are border seats. There's Dumfries and Galloway, and there's Dumfriesshire, Clydesdale, and Tweeddale still to declare. So it might be that the Tories still finish up with about 5. I really, really hope not, but we never know. Still 2 declarations left in Northern Ireland, which are North Antrim and East Derry. I mean, Sky are talking about how this is a good night for Reform because they've won 4 seats for Reform. Again, Reform were touting that they were going to be the official opposition. You finished lower than the DUP. There's no way you can honestly say that you have had a good night, especially when the exit polls suggested you were going to win 13 seats. And in fact, you were predicting more than that as well. We're in pretty. Is this Pretty Patel? No, this is not Pretty Patel. So 15,000 for the Labour Party. So Shabana Mahmood's seat. So reduced majority. She's held on. Shabana Mahmood is being returned to Parliament. This is 400 seats now for the Labour Party. Shabana Mahmood is set to become the Justice Secretary. So Keir Starmer will be. Thanks very much, Vance. Good night. Shabana Mahmood is set to become the Justice Secretary. So that will be a sigh of relief for Keir Starmer if he had lost that one. Yeah, we've still got Liz Truss. We've still got Priti Patel. So a couple of big names still to come. Labour, Lib Dems are up to 68 seats. Labour are on 400 now. We are still waiting on the 5 declarations coming from Scotland. I am somewhat shocked still about Jacob Rees-Mogg. I'm glad that he's gone. I mean, I thought it was going to take an independent to oust him. I know that Dr. Phil Hammond, who writes the MD column for Private Eye, he had discussed potentially going to the constituency and standing as the independent to challenge Jacob Rees-Mogg. He opted not to because he didn't want to split the vote. So again, I thought that it was going to take a very special candidate to oust him, and it turned out, thankfully, no, it's the Labour. Priti Patel is giving the. It looks like she has retained a seat. So unfortunately, that's not one big name we will be seeing lose. Priti Patel potentially is another one who could throw a hat in the ring if she wants to become the next Tory leader. There's quite a few big names still left in the Tory party, unfortunately. If we see anything else, I don't know. Again, Liz Truss is still to be declared. That's going to be a big one. I have got my fingers crossed that this is going to be the biggest shock of the night. If Liz Truss goes, that will be the biggest casualty of the Tory parties for the night. It will replace Jacob Rees-Mogg as the moment of the night. So at the minute, it's 402 to the Labour Party, 110 to the Tories, 68 to the Lib Dems, 7 to the SNP. I'm just refreshing the page for Northern Ireland to see if they have got their last 2 in yet, which they don't. Still 5, I think, for Scotland to declare. So let's remove those 7 seats from the equation. That means there's 22 seats left to declare. Again, the Tories are not getting their 131. They just aren't. So Labour are going to hit 410. The question is, are they going to exceed it, and by how much? If they get 412, they match the 172 majority. So, in fact, no, if they hit 412, they would breach the 172 majority. So, it would be a big win. It would be bigger than Blair, although with less of a share of the vote. And I mean, They're currently sitting at 34%, 6% less than what Jeremy Corbyn managed to achieve. Now, that could be for a number of reasons. I mean, the Brexit Party in 2019, for example, did not run in every constituency in the country like they had promised that they would. They dropped out of over 300 of them to give the Tories a clear run in marginals against Labour. Whereas this time, Reform have stood in basically every single mainland constituency that there is. There's so that has contributed to a lowered share of the vote. So unfortunately, Priti Patel has been returned to Parliament. She will be back. We are still waiting on Liz Truss. We're at 403 Labour, 111 Tory, 69 Lib Dem. So, still 2 from Northern Ireland, 5 from Scotland to come in. I don't know what is taking so long with accounting some of these constituencies. I can understand. I can understand Argyll, Bute, and Lochaber because they do have to transport the votes in by helicopter, but I'm not understanding the delay in the likes of Angus and the Perthshire Glens or the Borders constituencies. I really don't get it. We are now still watching the count come in. Labour's at 403, 111 for the Tories. 28 seats across Scotland, England, and Ireland to declare. Take away the 2 from Northern Ireland, and so if you take away the 2 from Northern Ireland, it's 26 seats left to declare. So we will see. Excuse me. We'll see what happens. Again, Liz Truss is the big one that we're waiting on still. Her seat is considered to be potentially in danger. And again, this would be a historical, not a historical first, but it would be a once in a century occurrence. I mean, again, the last prime minister who left office and handed over to a successor, and then went on to lose the election, would be Ramsay MacDonald. He resigned as prime minister. I believe it was in May of 1935, and then there was an election in November, which he lost the seat in. That's not happened to any other subsequent prime minister. Liz Truss would be the first in almost a century. And for me, it would be the icing on the cake for her career, given that she was outlasted by a lettuce. Thank you very much for the update, Liam. That Truss's seat is expected to be declared in the next 10 minutes or so. Hopefully, it will be 10 minutes or under. 30 minutes or less, so your pizza's free. Four seats left in Scotland. We have another declaration. It is for the SNP. Oh, thank you, Jesus. Argyll, Bute, and South Lochaber has gone to the SNP. They have held on to that seat. It means that Alan You're a foreigner. I am not your MP. Reid has lost again. This is his. I had this figure in my head, but I've forgotten it because I'm so goddamn tired. But yeah, this is yet another defeat at an election for him since 2015. So 2015 Holyrood, sorry, 2015 Westminster, 2016 Holyrood, 2017 Westminster, 2019 Westminster, 2021 Holyrood, and again he is lost now in 2024 Westminster as well. So, on a personal note, as the partner of a foreigner to a xenophobe like you, Alan Reid. So the SNP are up to 8. They are closer to potentially finishing with 10. We shall see. Looks like it might be unlikely, but again, let's wait and see. 404 to Labour, 112 to the Tories, 69 to the Lib Dems. The professional opinion from Beth Rigby at Sky is that Liz Truss's seat is looking very dodgy. So much like her time in government. Northern Ireland, I think we're still at 2 seats to declare. Yes, we are. So we've only got 4 seats left to go in Scotland. That's still the case. So mainland Britain, we've got 22 seats left to declare. And again, the Tories would need 18 of those to hit their target. It's looking like Labour is definitely going to hit 410. The Lib Dems are going to exceed 70. SNP potentially getting 10. We shall see. Reform, meanwhile, finishing worse than expected with 4. So I would be curious what the actual number of votes cast at this election is. That'll be an interesting read as well. Yeah, candidates taking you to the stage for Liz Truss's seat, but she's not there. She's chasing the lettuce. North Hereford gained for the Tories. Jesus Christ. They actually gained another seat. So they're not total losers. Four seats to go in Scotland still. I think, yep, still 2 in Northern Ireland. So there's 20 seats left in mainland Britain. 405 Labour, 113 Tories, 70 for the Lib Dems. So Reform and the Tories are both forfeiting about 30. Norfolk Southwest. Just Fabricant. Oh, it. No, it's Liz Truss. Mm-hmm. Where is Liz Truss? Apparently, there was question about whether Liz Truss was going to finish second or third in this seat, so it's looking like she has lost. Now, where is Truss? I mean, has she just left? Oh, here she is. She's finally turned up. So let's see. Independent 6,200. 160 for the Heritage Party. Greens 1,000. $77 for the Communist Party. 11,847. $9,958. So Liz Truss needs to beat 11,000. Yeah, she's lost. Truss has lost. Again, this is historic. This is the first time since Ramsay MacDonald. So the Labour candidate in Liz Truss's seat got 11,847 votes. Liz Truss had a 43.4% collapse in her share of the vote. 22.5% of that has gone to Reform. 8.5% roughly has gone to the Labour Party, and about 14% has gone to an independent. So this is probably the most shocking one of the lot. This is bigger than Jacob Rees-Mogg. This is the moment of the election. The economy in 49 days in office, basically see her career pretty much end her career on a whimper. We've also got news from Northern Ireland. Ian Paisley has lost the DUP's safest seat in Northern Ireland. So it's always been a member of the Paisley family that has held that seat. One seat left to declare. North Antrim had gone to. Where did North Antrim go? Went from the traditional unionist voice. So the TUV have taken it from the DUP. So this is the TUV's one and only seat. One seat left up for grabs in Northern Ireland. 4 seats left still in Scotland. I think the Liberal Democrats may have gained one more. Oh no, I'm mistaken. But yet, Liz Truss losing her seat. Again, this has got to be the moment of the election. Yes, Theresa May's seat has gone to the Liberal Democrats. So at the minute, 5 seats left. There's 13 seats in England left to declare. I don't know if Liz Truss is going to give a speech of any kind. Nope. Liz Truss has refused to give a concession speech and decided to leave. I presume that was what she planned to do. I presume that's what she planned to do. Why she didn't turn up on stage? I think she intended just to slink off once she found out that she'd lost. So again, it was a narrow loss, but she still lost. I mean, the Tories may have actually been better putting up the lettuce. I don't think she even bothered to shake hands with the winner of the election. So, Liz Truss, that's going to be one hell of a career obituary, and a well-deserved one. What a way to finish your career. Again, the worst prime minister of the last 5, definitely. I mean, destroyed the economy in 49 days. I think she's probably going to do this. I think she's probably going to try and build a career for herself in America in the speaking tour and promoting the idea of free market capitalism and this idea that that she will somehow, she somehow would have been the savior of the global economy if she had just been allowed to do what she wanted. But Liz Truss is she is the focal point for studies on why you don't let free market capitalists run society. You do not let the free market, you do not put the free market capitalists in charge. So there are, there are 16 seats across Scotland and England still to declare. Let's see. The biggest, the biggest result is definitely it was Jacob Rees-Mogg. It is now Liz Truss. The Tories now cannot secure the 131 target that the exit polls predicted. Labour most likely are going to finish with more than the 410. The Liberal Democrats definitely have finished with more than a predicted 61. The SNP may just scrape the 10. It's a terrible night for reform as well. So terrible night for the Tories, the SNP, and reform. It's been a great night if you're a supporter of Labour or the Liberal Democrats, considering that they've only got a 2% increase nationally in their 2019 vote, and still are taking away a majority of 170. They're one seat away from that 410 that the exit polls predicted. Um, what he does with this majority, we will wait and see. I'm not optimistic about it. I've made that perfectly clear. Yeah, the pesky mathematics getting in the way of Liz Truss's brilliant ideas. I mean, I'm trying to remember who was it that interviewed her, and they mentioned about how that Kwasi Kwarteng. I'm trying to remember how exactly this went. The interviewer had asked her. It was about the mini budget of Kwasi Kwarteng and the fact that she'd approved it. It's the fact, because she said that Kwasi Kwarteng obviously had to go, and she was then asked, well, why was it that why did you approve his budget? And she just went completely silent on that matter. But this has been great. We have got to see the demise of Therese Coffey. We have got to see the demise of Miriam Cates, of Johnny Mercer, of Jacob Rees-Mogg, and the icing on the cake has most definitely, for my money, been Liz Truss. Probably not much more to go now, just the last few seats to declare. Again, there's 4 seats left to declare in Scotland. There's 1 seat left in Northern Ireland. And the rest, obviously, of course, across England. The question now is really how big is Keir Starmer's majority going to be? He's at the stage now, he has passed the 410 point. My understanding is that he is now at the 410 mark. So anything else he takes from whatever's left from England and Scotland's seats, he will have surpassed Blair's majority. So I will look at some more of what was going on and maybe actually do a proper video about it. Other than that, I think I am going to call it a day and maybe get some sleep. And otherwise, I shall see you later. Thank you for everybody who tuned in. Bye bye for now.